What is going on, everyone out there tonight? I'm going to let this catch up because every time I switch from a still photo to the video, it has a little lag. So we're going to let it catch up. How's everybody doing out there tonight? Thank you for joining. What's your question? This is, of course, number 9. I'm hoping we have a little bit better transmission this time around. Number 8 was very interesting. And that's, that it's really interesting because that leads into numbers and what I've learned about numerology. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that tonight because that number 8, boy, for me anyway, has been a doozy. And I have a couple stories to share with all of you. So before we get started, folks, I want to ask some of you to just give me some comments and let me know if my voice is matched up with my mouth. And if it's not, then we may have to let it catch up a little bit more. But let's see what you guys get for comments, you guys and gals. Thank you, everybody, for joining. It's so nice to be back. Folks, I have some amazing news to talk to you about. I have some announcements I've prepared for all of you to tell all of you what I have going on. And, as most of you know, I just got back from a nice 2-week vacation. And it was pretty awesome. Okay, cool. So everything's matching. So I just got back from a 2-week vacation. If you watched my last decode on the 911 emergency, at the very end, I said that this would be my last transmission for a week or two because I was going on vacation. It was my first vacation in years. And, I had to renew my visa. My 180 days were up here in Mexico, so I had to renew my visa. So it was kind of like a reason to go on vacation. And I was able to hop into the U.S., stay there for a little bit, and then hop down to Cancun, the Yucatan, which I just got back from last night. And it was absolutely freaking amazing. So I wanted to share with some of you, or all of you, I should say, all of you, some of you. I wanted to share with all of you what we have going on. So here are some announcements. So again, I just got back from vacation, and that's why you haven't seen any presentations beyond the 911 emergency decoded. But I do have, of course, some more presentations in the works coming up, of course. I'm going to start blasting these out. I wanted to let each and every one of you know, going on vacation was really interesting. I was able to, again, hop across the border, and there's a loophole if you don't want to get tested through the COVID. I flew from central Mexico over to Tijuana, and I walked across into San Diego, and there's no testing done. They just want their money. They're $16 to take the express to go across. There's an express bridge going from Tijuana to San Diego. So right now there's a loophole to not have to get tested. And then, of course, I stayed in the U.S. a little bit, and then I jumped to, thank you so much for your support, all of you, your donations. Thank you so much. Spyro Cole, thank you so much. So then I flew from the U.S. into Mexico. Now, Mexico does not have COVID testing. So for some of you that want to get to Mexico and you have the itch, what are you waiting for? It's an amazing place. If you have the ability to earn money online or work remotely, get your ass to Mexico. And there's a reason why I'm saying that. So when I went to Cancun, I, of course, went there specifically to see if I want to move there for my next round and visit my great friend Santos and other people that I met there. And it was amazing, man. I booked my hotel. So, of course, as fate would have it, as everything is synchronized and my life is completely coded, the hotel that I booked in Puerto Morales. That's where I ended up going. It's south of Cancun, about 20 minutes, and about 30 minutes north of Playa del Carmen. I was able to book a hotel, and of course, it was right across the street from where Santos's residence is at. And it's a funny story, which I'm going to save for another time. But anyway, I was able to stay right across from Santos. It was amazing. I just got to hop across the street and share some time with him, and it was really amazing. And these guys in Puerto Morales, the Yucatan, have some amazing things in store. They are ready to launch very soon their Syncretism Society. That's Santos's new platform with this great guy. His name's Danny. It's kind of Santos's right-hand man. There's this really cool guy, Luigi, I met there. And of course, I was able to meet Natalie from France. She lives in Mexico. She was so nice to pick me up and drive me to Puerto the night I got there. And I was able to hang out with her a couple times, and we got to sit there and hash out some decoding. So it was pretty amazing when you do it in person versus doing it, online or this way. So nonetheless, I've made the official decision. I can release this information to all of you. I'm on the verge of moving to the Yucatan. So I'm working on that right now. My goal is to get over there as soon as possible. And I'm going to be merging my brand, or at least bolting it on with the Syncretism Society. I'm going to be joining and merging with Santos Bonacci, which I'm extremely excited about. And there's so many amazing things that these guys and gals have going on down there in Puerto Morales, which is a small little fishing town just south of Cancun and north of Playa del Carmen. And it's a pretty awesome. The beaches were amazing. The water was like bath water. And I'm encouraging all of you that have the itch to get down to Mexico. You can fly into Mexico with no COVID test. Stay for 180 days. And if you need help with hotel or, trying to find a spot to live, there are some, rentals that you can get for 6 months. And there in Puerto, it's really only 4 blocks deep, and there's the beach. It's about 30 or 40 blocks wide, but only 4 or 5 blocks deep. So everything's within walking distance to the beach. There's a big grocery store in town. So everything's there, folks. So if you have the itch, come on down and join the Syncretism Society. We're going to need some people. I know that. I don't really know how it's all going to shape up, but I do know that I'm joining forces. I'm officially made the decision to jump in, and Santos gave me his blessing to tell all of you that tonight, that I'm going to be joining with the great syncretist Santos Bonacci, and I'm really excited about that. So I'll be headed to the Yucatan. So if you feel the itch, folks, come on down and join the fun. They're building a retreat down there, and they actually have their first alumni coming in next month. And it's a whole healing modality. It's intermittent fasting, it's getting massages, it's going in the water and doing yoga on the beach, it's getting rid of parasites in the digestion system, it's getting Reiki, and then it's getting taught in the schools, which I'm going to be a part of how this reality works beyond the scope of the propaganda and programmed beliefs that a lot of us have been downloaded with. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So it's obviously going to be shaking and moving in many different directions, but they have Tesla coils to sit on and heal with. I was able to go to it just in a mile into town, folks, just north of, there's 2 parts of Puerto. There's the south side, which faces the water. And then there's a long mile strip of road that goes into the north side of town called La Colonial. And that's the kind of going into jungle areas. And in those areas, there's a little retreat that they have captured. And there is sweat lodges called, and I'm going to probably not even pronounce this right, but Tezmacol. And I was able to go in and do that, which was absolutely just amazing. And I learned a lot about myself doing that. And it's just, you go into this concrete hut and they put lava rocks which they've heated up in fire, and they bring them in there occasionally to make it hot, like a sauna and a steam room. And you just sit there in the dark and you just sweat out, all the toxins. It was pretty amazing. And I had some really personal revelations that I went through with that. So it's pretty amazing. I'm just looking at some of your comments. Thanks everybody for joining in. Yes, Roxy. Tez McCall. So anyway, folks, let me get back to some of these announcements. So that's number one. I'm going to be joining in with Santos and Company. Some great people down there. And they need more healers. They need more people that are in line with syncretism and astrology and the mystical arts and everything that I do, the decoding world. Decoders. So if you feel the itch, folks, just hit me up. Send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Tell me you're interested. I'll do my best. I mean, I was in there. I stayed in a hotel for a week. I know the hotel there that you could stay in. You can get a deal online. It'll cost you maybe like $40-50. It's brand new. It's like a year old. It's got a rooftop pool with an infinity. There was nobody up there when I went up there. I was literally all up by myself. It was amazing. It was an amazing trip. Amazing trip. Amazing animals, crocodiles. I mean, it's awesome. So it's very lax there as well. Everything in Mexico, since I've been here for going on 7 months, has been really just behind the times. Like everything, you can gauge what this reality is going at by looking at the other parts of the world, the US, and then Mexico, is going to be way behind. So you can kind of project what's going to happen when you live in Mexico. So it's pretty interesting. So the second announcement is coming up on May 26th is the full moon, the flower moon in Sagittarius, which is going to be the opposite of the sun in the midheaven position. And, we're in May, so the flowers bloom and they spring up, and the rising temperatures, they make everything move into fertility. It's a special moon, in Sagittarius. So May 26th, get outside and try to check out that full moon. Get out there and meditate if you can. Get your feet on the ground, get by the beach if you can, the mountains, whatever, and get out there and enjoy that full moon. So the full moon's going to come 2 days after the moon reaches what's called the perigee, and that is when it is the closest to the Earth, and it's going to be a big super moon. So it's going to be pretty awesome to see and observe. And then my third announcement: cryptocurrency. Are you prepared for it, folks? Some of you are resisting it. Some of you think it's from the devil. Some of you, I've seen the comments on stuff. And again, this is all a matter of I stand in the middle, and I'm not going to pass judgment on people that, do this or do that. Just make the truth your own. Make the truth your own. That's the only thing that's important, because we cannot all agree on everything. Not everybody agrees with me. That's okay. I'm learning to accept that. Make the truth your own. That's my homage to the world now. Make the truth your own. But are you prepared? Just having a little bit of crypto. Now, the big announcement with crypto, folks, is that Rosie Rios, who is or was the 43rd treasurer of the U.S., has left her federal government position as of May 5th, I think it was. And she is joining the board of directors for the company in San Francisco called Ripple. Ripple owns XRP. So maybe that tells you something. Because again, you have to make the truth your own, not me. Just get yourself a little bit of crypto, folks. People that I went down there in Puerto, they're heavy into it. People that I keep traveling and bumping into, they're heavily into it. And it's just a small fraction of the world's population that actually has any crypto. But it's my opinion that with an absolute certainty, that's what we're moving towards. And it will replace. I mean, China came out with their crypto on April 17th. The Caribbean or Bermuda or Bahamas, they came out with their sand dollar in the beginning of this year to start it off. And trust me, the US will be following suit with China. So those are my pieces of news. Ripple equals 27 in numerology. That's the same numerology as the word currency. The founders, Chris Larson and Jed McAleb, their names are 64 in numerology. We know 64 codons in the DNA. And the XRP symbol, I've posted this so much on social media, folks. The XRP symbol is the exact same symbol as the element tin, 50th element, which is the merger of worlds, tied into the Taurus fields, sacred geometry. So take it for what it's worth. I'm just giving you this information. I'm not forcing it upon anybody. And I'm certainly not trying to be right here. I'm just giving you what I have been offered and who I connect with in the world today. I have friends that have masters in economics, and I have friends that are in the syncretism society that are heavily involved in crypto. And again, it's better to have crypto than not, because if you have everything wrapped up in fiat currency and you have no crypto, and we do move into crypto, and that's the way the world's going to move, you're going to be caught with your pants down, and that's not being really smart, in my opinion. Anyway, so that's what I wanted to give you for my announcements. So thank each and every one of you for joining in. What's your question, number 9? I'm going to get to some of those in a minute. Number 8 was a nightmare. We had somebody on here who seemed to be really bitter in the world. And it's fascinating because those of you that are born on the 4th or the 8th, in the rules of numerology, according to this book called Chiro's Book of Numbers, that's really where I got started in the world of numerology, Chiro's Book of Numbers, Cheiro. Chiro had said in that book, if you have a birthday 4 or 8, you never want to incorporate those 4s and 8s into your life. And it's interesting because what's your question? We had transmission issues. We had somebody on here who was very bitter. And then I've had another experience with the number 8. I ordered a phone last year, and it was a Galaxy S8. And I've always had amazing success with all my electronics, and that phone did not give me the success that I normally have. So what number phone do you have? Is it in line with your birthday? I feel numbers are in harmony with one another. The 7, 4, and 1, the 8, 5, and 2, and the 9, 6, and 3. Those are the blocks, the chains. And I'm on a Samsung Galaxy. It's a 2017 model. I have 2 of these because I have a Mexican cell phone. I have the S7, and I've had amazing success with it. And I'm just not ready to switch because it's not broken, so to speak. What kind of phone do you have in relation to your birthday? Do you have any issues with your phone? Some of you, I know, you really don't like technology. Have you ever asked yourself why? Do you have a hate relationship with technology? Maybe you need to make peace with technology because it's not going anywhere. All right, so let's get into some of your questions. So I just saw this. Put most of it in Bitcoin. I'm not a Bitcoin fan. I think Bitcoin is fool's gold, and I think it's going to take a big dump. XRP, baby. XRP is the merger. XRP will be the glue that binds. It will be the bridge to do a transaction. If you have to do business with somebody in China, XRP will be the middleman to collect the currency from China because they have a different coin and convert it into your currency here, and you'll be able to put it in your wallet. So I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I'm not a fan of any of the big ones. I think a lot of these cryptos are going to take a big dump and the toilet's going to flush. And that's just coming from my education. So anyway, folks. Crypto, where do I send newbies for crypto? What I use is I have a wallet called Exodus. It's a free application. If you just type in Exodus Crypto, you can download it for your phone, put it on your computer. That's what I use. And then there's a company called Uphold. There's Binance. I personally use this company called Uphold, UPHOLD. And they allow you to spend $500 a day to convert into crypto. And you're able to do that. So that's what I personally use. You also would want to get a cold ledger, and that's kind of like it's like a USB stick. And you just plug it into your computer and transfer your crypto onto that stick. And it's kind of like your pocketbook or your wallet, and you carry it around wherever you go. So you have access to it at all times. Okay, so I hope that helps. And if you need some help on that stuff, I'm not a mastermind at it. I just I'm a fan of it because I just feel that it's better to be in that loop than not, no matter which way the world turns. Okay. Awake, not woke. What do I think of Dogecoin? Garbage. Dogecoin is garbage. What do I think of Boris Johnson? Well, he has a lot of knowledge because he's in the top of the apex. But some of these people in the game, I was discussing a lot of this with Santos and company down in Cancun. You can imagine some of the amazing conversations that we all had. And, it's really simple, folks. Right now in this game of life, you have people that are awake. I would assume you would include yourself in that group. And then you have people that they seem like they're just taking up space. So you can call them robots or bots or pawns, because we're playing a game of chess. There's more pawns on the board than anything else. So a lot of people, it's just their whole program in the software is just their pawns, and they're just here to take up space, maybe to confuse you, maybe to thwart you to go to a different way. But there are many different moving parts, and a lot of these people at the very top, they would be considered apex predators, just like a shark. You think a lot of fish. I was just in the water. I didn't see any sharks though, but I was just in the water just a few days ago, and I'm doing a lot of thinking when I was in there. And I'm like, do fish? Do you think they have any fondness of sharks? No. Do they know that? I don't know. I'm not a fish. And there's no scientist that can tell you with exactitudes of how fish actually think. It's mostly run on instinct, but they're not going to be a fan of a predator. But the predator has to exist in the ecosystem to keep things in check. And that's exactly how it works in the human being system, the Homo sapiens. You have apex predators designed to control and to take you down, try to order you around. That's their job. And then when you awaken from your slumber and programmed aspects from school and college and religion and all these other things, part of the game, right? Because you're not just going to be handed a red carpet and say, hey, go walk down that red carpet and you're going to know everything you need to know. That's not the way it works. It's figuring it out. But there are apex predators in the Homo sapien level. And they're just doing their job. You don't have to like them. I mean, when if you're in the water and you see a shark fin come up, what, are you just going to sit there? No. If you're in the jungle and a lion starts running after you, are you just going to be like, hey, lion, let's just hang out and talk it over? No, your ass is going to be running the other way. That's out of instinct. programmed into your mind. You don't even think about it. It's programmed. Someone comes after you with a knife, it's instant. You run the other way or fight. Some of you would fight the person with the knife, depending on your programming. But apex predators are all over the ecosystem, and in the Homo sapien realm, the apex predators would be probably, like you could say, maybe the Jesuits, because they're the knights on the chessboard, the Vatican, the top echelon people in the apex predator Homo sapien layers. You don't have to like them, folks, but they exist to control and balance, just like the shark exists in the water to control the fish population. But that's for a different story. Maybe we'll come back to that. Let's get into some of your questions. All right, so I'm looking right now. Here we go, folks. Thanks, everybody, for joining in. How's everybody doing out there in the decoding world? I took a long break. I was not in my normal self. I wasn't sitting in front of the computer for 8 to 10 hours a day like I normally was. I was spending a lot of time with Santos and went in Cancun. Got to hang out with those guys and some other cool people. And I was spending a lot of time at the beach, walking around. Of course, I was looking for a place to live. So I was completely on vacation. When's the last time you've been on vacation? You deserve maybe to go on one, right? But thanks everybody for joining in. Okay, so let's see. Caroline, sounds like a great door has opened for you. Well, here's the thing, folks. I was down there talking to all these people, and they're all there literally because they're supposed to be there. Like I said, the casita that I'm in Mexico, in central Mexico right now, if I were to show you all the little subliminals on the wall and, on the tiles, on the floor, I know I'm supposed to be at the latitude, longitude of San Miguel de Allende, which is where I'm at. I was supposed to come here. I didn't choose to come here. It brought me here. It chose it for me. And I'm grateful for that. So I live in a state of gratitude, which I'm encouraging all of you out there to be in as well. The highest state of gratitude. And you get in sync with your code. So yeah, the door has opened and I'm going to walk through it. SimC, the problem is when you travel back to your home country, they will charge you, cage you, and inoculate you. Well, I guess, we're all living in different areas of the world. And you got to make do with what you're given with your code right now. Some of you may have to escape where you're at to go to a different spot. Andrew Cantor, how do you feel about weed? Well, I hadn't taken any. I hadn't taken any cannabis in over 6 months, and then I went to Cancun, and I was able to have a little bit, and it was awesome. Down there, the weed that I had was more homegrown. There, it wasn't the weed you get in the United States where you just take one hit and you go crazy. I think it's been messed with. I'm not, and especially if you do, I'm not a fan of the oils because you don't know what the oils are processed with. A lot of them are using propylene glycol, and then some of them may use coconut oil, but remember, you're burning that. So anyway, when you mix all the burning part of that and you inhale it, it gives a different feeling. And the cannabis that I was able to take a few times was basically homegrown there in the local area. And, I hadn't taken any in a long time, so I was like a newbie all over again. It was pretty awesome. But I'm not a fan of, I went to the United States and I could get the dispensaries, and I just didn't have the urge to go to a dispensary and buy it. I just feel like it's so tampered with that it's not natural anymore. That's just my take on it. Again, that's my opinion. Don't have to agree with me. So I think weed is a tool. I mean, when I took it a few times, it was awesome. I mean, for me, I get happier and I start singing. I just become real comical. Anybody that knows me personally would say, yeah, Logan is much better when he's medicated. You know, he's much better when he's on cannabis. But there is a way to abuse it as well, I feel, even if it's medication, because, you know, you take Tylenol every day. It may cure your headache or your aches and pains, but in the long run, if you keep taking it for a long period of time, it's going to end up doing some adverse reactions, and then you're going to have, a whole host of issues, or you could anyway. So you got to look at it from that line of the spectrum as well. So Infinite Gabe, there's going to be a lunar eclipse. Okay. Spyro been exploring Claudio. Ayutone. There's a lot of great decoders out there. There's a lot of great syncretists. There's a lot of great mystical art practitioners that I would love to mesh up with and do podcasts with. I can tell all of you. I can tell you this. There's some more exciting news. So I've already discussed this with Santos. Whenever him and I get together, we have fun. You know, we have a lot of we have a similar background. We have matching cards, back to back, king and queen of clubs. So we're like two peas in a pod. And I've already discussed with him, we're going to be doing a weekly podcast together. I'm going to bring in all my equipment down there. They need someone to help out, so I'm going to be plugging that in. And besides, I don't know, maybe What's Your Question will evolve where Santos will be involved with that, because I told him, I'm like, people just want to talk to you. People want to interact with you. And there's not enough time in the day to answer all the emails. He doesn't get to all the emails, misses a lot of them. So I was like, we'll just do a weekly podcast, and we'll have a moderator to go through all the questions. That's their only job, or their only responsibility, and we'll really get this thing moving. Because some of you want to come down to Mexico and want to heal. You want to go through the whole healing center. You want to get rid of parasites in your body. You want to, I'll be involved in the health as well. I mean, you know, I'm certified in nutrition, and they want me to be part of the supplementation and all that stuff. So I'm like, I don't know what I'm going to be doing besides teaching. I know I'm going to be teaching just like Santos, but we're going to be involving the podcast. It's going to be a lot of fun, folks. So, you know, stay tuned to that, but because it's going to be pretty amazing. So I would love to hook up. I know joining forces with Santos just opens up a whole different realm of possibilities. So I know that we're going to be having a lot of big names on the show, visiting the area of Cancun in Mexico, in the Yucatan. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Divine Light Hazel, Aquarius Love from Maine. Thank you. Thank you very much. I love Maine. You have in the state of Maine, you have the city of Wonderland. I included that in my decode of Alice in Wonderland. If you haven't seen that, you should check it out. Infinite Gabe's asking, what are your thoughts about Elon and crypto? Well, of course, okay. If you, what do I think about Elon? I think Elon is the reincarnation of Thomas Edison. The days in between their births, Thomas Edison and Elon, not the years, but just the months and the days, 137 days. 137 is the angle of light, 33rd prime number. It's a big clue. So yeah, I think Elon Musk is the reincarnation of Thomas Edison. But, you know, folks, XRP is where it's at. That's just what my take on it. Because there's no, XRP is not a crypto per se. It's a bridge to receive from other countries, and because they're all going to have other coins. XRP is a very special product, and again, it's tied to Jupiter, the merger of worlds, and TIN, and the 119 and the 118. So if you're asking me what crypto would I suggest you get, XRP. And I think it's like $1.40 right now. It's really low, $1.37. I don't know what last it is, but get yourself a combo $100. That's it. Get yourself in the game. And again, what's the best site to buy from? There's an application called Uphold, UPHOLD, Uphold. They're out of Europe somewhere. And that was recommended by one of my best friends who has a PhD in economics. And I just talked to him the other day, and we have agreed to I'm hoping we get together. He wants to do a podcast on crypto. Now, I have a decode coming out on that, but this is going to be a podcast on crypto, and he's extremely, extremely into. He's a king of diamonds, extremely smart, very, very smart, very amazing at business. Luck, if there is such a thing, always seems to follow him. And he has a lot invested into XRP. Okay. Cardano. Yeah, there's over 6,000 coins, I think, now, or something like that. A lot of them are going to take a toilet flush. They're just not going to last. The reason why I don't like Bitcoin per se is I had it. I feel that if you have Bitcoin, when you go to do a transaction, it's going to cost more to do the transaction using a Bitcoin than it would be for the actual product you're going to buy. You go in the store, you want to buy a bottle of seltzer water that costs $1.50, and you have Bitcoin and you want to use that. The transaction fee is going to cost you more than the actual bottle of seltzer. That's just my opinion. I think Bitcoin is fool's gold. There's a lot of people that are in crypto that believe the same thing. But that's for another story. Just be careful. That's all. Okay. Awake. The UK is ducked. Yeah, folks, it's crazy because there's no sense in all of this that's going on now. They tell you that the viruses don't last in warm weather. And here we are moving in the Tropic of Cancer, moving into spring and almost summer. Where's the common sense now? There's none anymore. We're dealing with bots. We're dealing with people that are just taking up space, that have no common sense, that is based around true cosmic laws and nature. And they're just acting so irrational at this point because they are desperate. Because I believe they feel like they know they're going to lose. Their time is short. So you're going to see some crazy things probably happening. I don't think we've seen anything yet. So there's my take on that. Double Helix. What's up, Ryan? Ripple or L rips. Personally, I don't think crypto's Satan. It's very complex because people just say Satan and immediately you're programmed into the belief of that's the devil character that the church taught you. If you never went to a church in your life and you never talked to somebody who was in theology, you'd be like, well, what's Satan? There's much deeper meanings than what you've been told on what it means and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going through your questions. Do I think Elon Musk will change his mind? Well, he went on Saturday Night Live and crashed the Dogecoin. So, I wouldn't listen to these people that are in high echelon positions, personally. Because they're there to kind of move the energy of where the world's going. Think about how much power the Kardashians had when their show was on television. Massive. And they're just normal people. Think about it. What do they really have? Because she married somebody who has a name, or what about her brothers, the sisters? They're just people. They had a massive amount of power on the world stage. So you just got to be careful. Christian, if you can't take the battery out of your phone, you're an idiot for owning it. Okay. It's pretty bold to say that, but okay, I respect your opinion. Really, at this point, I can't take the battery out of my phone. Folks, listen, they listen to everything. People are like, oh, go to Telegram or go to this platform, or I'm using Proton Mail because it's encrypted. Folks, use your common sense and logic. Everything's being watched. Everything's being monitored. That's the way it works. So just have fun with life. Like, I know they're listening come on, YouTube. You think they're not listening to what we're saying? Everybody's texting stuff. It's all collecting artificial intelligence, the data. I don't really care. Don't really care. They're listening. That's kind of a compliment. All right, so I'm going through your comments here. Justinian's asking me if I've looked into the... Oh, I just got jumped here. The Israel-Palestine. I've seen the clash between Israel and Palestine, but I haven't been following anything online, looking at... Occasionally, I'll go and look at some of the news online to see what's going on in the world, sometimes just to get a laugh, but I haven't really been following anything. Like I said, I just got back last night, and I wanted to jump on and share some time with all of you. So I haven't really checked it out. Let's see. The moon, Lilith, Venus. My question is, does our natal Chiron placement affect us? Absolutely. I believe it does. When I do my readings for people, I always talk about Chiron. I actually make sure that I discuss it with some emphasis, because I feel that's your wound, or our wounds, that we must work on to fill those holes in to make ourselves a better person or have a better experience. If there is such a thing as karma, that would be a part of it. Okay. Caroline Rose, Santos is great. He just needs to curb his aggression. Yeah, listen, we're all challenged. We all have challenges. All of us. And when you don't have any aggression issues, when you don't have any anger issues, you're going to have some other challenge. Guarantee it. It's just observing your own challenges. It's easy to look at somebody else and quickly point the finger and just lean towards that. And I don't mean that with any disrespect. I'm not pointing that to you, Carolyn, but I'm just saying is that it's easy to observe somebody and quickly just say, "Phew, well, they got real serious issues," and talk about that and stuff. And of course, what about our own issues? I have my own challenges, folks. I'm not scot-free of things. I've been through the ringer in life. Some of you that get to know me, if you end up coming down to Mexico, some of you that know me as a close friend now, and some of the things I've shared. I don't really share my personal life with many, many people. I have my reasons for that because I know it's all magic, but I don't hide behind my own personal challenges. I've been through addictions. I've been through a lot of things in my life, and I still face things. Folks, let me just tell you something. This just brings up a great thing. Here, you want to hear it? Here's a great one. Okay. Here's one of the challenges. Here's something that I never knew existed inside of me. And it hit me like a ton of bricks last Sunday. I was in Cancun. I was in Puerto. And every Sunday, they go to do the Sweat Lodge. So, of course, Santos, hey, Logan, come with us. Of course, I'm going to go. So I went. There was only 4 of us. It was Mother's Day. So usually there's like 10, 15 people. And he's like, man, there's no one here. I'm like, yeah, it's Mother's Day. He's like, oh, that's probably why. So there were 4 of us that went into the hut. And you have to crawl in, and there's like this blanket that covers over the doorway. And I walked in, you walk in clockwise, and I sat down on the stone benches that are in there. And the rocks come in, the lava rocks come in on a pitchfork, and they put them down in the center. And then Santos was the guy who was putting water on the rocks with a palm leaf. and the water's infused with different herbs and stuff like that. So as soon as we all got in and they brought the lava rocks in, they dropped the blanket that covered the entrance, and it went pitch black. Now, I'm not afraid of the dark per se, but when that heat started to go off and it got super hot in there, I started to freak out a little bit. And I'm not ashamed to admit it. I got really nervous and I started to panic because the heat, and I've never been in that situation before. And I have I've always had this like fear of being buried alive, and I don't like being claustrophobic. I just don't like it. Being buried alive is like the ultimate fear. So I'm sitting in the dark, and the water's going on the rocks, and the steam's coming up. I can't see it, but I can smell it, and I just feel it. And probably I lasted maybe 5 minutes, and my mind's racing, and like, just get out of there, get out of there, get out of there. And I don't know why I was feeling that, but I was in a major state of panic and fear, and I'm like asking myself, why are you feeling this way? Just control, just calm down, take deep breaths. And I was trying to do that. And then I said to the three that were in there, including Santos, I'm like, guys, I don't know if I can stay in here. I'm getting really claustrophobic. So all they did was they just moved the blanket to one side and moved a portion of it where a keyhole of light came in. And all my fear went away. It was unbelievable. And I'm still meditating on trying to figure out what it is that triggered that fear that ran into my mind when I was in that dark and the heat. Haven't figured it out yet, because I know it's something tied to probably when I was growing up as a kid. But I've never been in that situation before. With the hot, it was super hot. I mean, folks, I'm talking, if you've never been in a sweat lodge like that, oh my God, do you sweat? We were in there for an hour. I was able to go through it all. They had to keep the little curtain moved or the blanket moved just to let the light in, but they were willing to do that. A lot of lodges, nope. Once you're in, that's it. You ain't leaving. I guess once you get used to it, you get rid of the fears, but I'm trying to figure out what caused that fear and panic for me personally. So I've been sitting with it. So I just wanted to share that with all of you. That was my experience of the sweat lodge in Mexico. And, I can't wait to go back and do it again. Every week they do it. Every Sunday they meet up. And if you come down to Mexico to do a healing, if you come down to Mexico to stay for a while, you can join in on the sweat lodge and get rid of all the toxins. Folks, I got rid of, God, I don't know how much water, but geez, I sweated a lot. It was amazing. So anyway, I wanted to share that with all of you. But those are my challenges. Fears. I didn't even know I even had it, but there it was. All right, so anyway, folks, focus on your challenges. Everybody has them. Nobody's perfect. You can be a great teacher and have issues and challenges. You're not just going to be some guru and not have challenges. Some gurus, you don't even know it because they don't show you. But they have challenges. Their loved ones may know it. Oh man, you don't know this person. I live with a person. They appear to be really nice and cool, calm, and collective in public, but behind closed doors, they're a different person. How many times have you heard that? Happens a lot. All right, so Para, just got my gematria read from Derek the Gematrinator. Okay. You mean you got your numerology? We don't do, folks, I want to just let all of you know, gematria is the coding of words into numbers. Gematria is the ancient practice of coding words into numbers. None of us do that, and we decode. You plug it into the numerology cipher, you get your outcome, that's decoding, and then you take those numbers, and then if you're good, and you know that you just connecting words to numbers is a dead end, then you get into numerology. What do the numbers mean? Like if you get a number 35, what does that number mean? Most of people that I know will automatically reduce down to the number 8. You know, Aleister Crowley, he gave a very big clue in his book. I think it was the Book of Lies. And I believe he was being channeled through in some of those verses. I don't remember, I can't quote it, but I remember that part of that transmission was the mystic, or the one that knows what's going on, because it was about the number 18. It will just be the number 18, but the fool will reduce it down to a number 9. If you go study that book, I think it's the Book of Lies, but it specifically said the mystic or the sage will know it's the 18. The fool will be the one to reduce it down to the number 9. Now, I'm not saying that reducing down is not something that we should be doing, because typically in numerology, numerologists reduce down. Personally, for me, I like to be authentic with the numbers. I like to look at numbers like they are people. And so I like to keep them in their most original formats. So the number 35 is the number 35. It's the 3 and the 5. Now, they may give all their energy and feed the number 8 if we look at it that way, but the 35 is the 3 and the 5. What does the 3 and the 5 mean? You get a lot of decoders out there that I see. They're just so quick they're really good at connecting numbers, which is awesome, but they don't know what the numbers mean. The numbers have personalities. They have vibrational frequencies, just like we do. Everything's alive. So when you're a good decoder, you'll know what the numbers mean and not just connecting. You start there. Everybody pretty much starts there, is connecting words to numbers. But when you get really good at decoding, then you get into other layers like pi and prime numbers and square numbers and triangular numbers and Fibonacci numbers, and then in the string of pi and where they're found and what there's so many layers. I think one of the goals that personally I have is to get down to Cancun, link up with the Syncretism School, and create some videos on how to decode from everything that I've learned. Some instructional videos from A to Z. Some of you would love to see those because you'd be able to decode yourself much better, because it really starts at, decoding yourself. Okay. Last time I smoked weed, I encountered reptilians. Do you have any thoughts on the reptilians? We free spirits. Absolutely. I've included the reptilians in, if you haven't seen They Live Decoded, We Free Spirits, I would highly suggest that you check that out, because I mentioned it in that decode. It's one of my most popular decodes. It exploded when I first released it. Of course, folks, we're all geared towards the negative. The videos that I put out, guess what? Which ones blow up? It's the ones that are about the extraterrestrials and the reptilians and the Jesuits, and anything negative, they blow up. I put out something like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids and stuff like that. They don't blow up. Family fun movies, and people not interested in that stuff. Not everybody. But when it comes to negative shit, people are they're clicking on it and watching. I see the analytics. I look at them. I know what makes people tick. I know what people are drawn to. We as human beings are designed to be drawn towards negativity, horror, blood, guts, gore, violence. Not everybody. There are exceptions. Some of you are like, no, I'm not attracted to that. Yeah, you may be an exception. That's your code. Everybody has a different code. But the reptilians, yeah, they're an apex predator. That's what I would classify them as. Doing their job. Like, what is I came out with the decode. I don't even remember what it was, but I included They Live in this decode. I don't remember which one it was, but in that decode, I included the Komodo dragon, apex predator. The latitude, longitude of Komodo Dragon Island, where they come from, has a big clue to everything, part of the code. That's why man could never code this. Ever. Sure, we can code stuff now consciously, because people are getting good at that stuff. Like, I'm going to do something on a certain day. Like September 11th. A lot of you know that on the Coptic calendar, it may have been 7/11 instead of 9/11. Maybe, I don't know. But on the Gregorian, it was the 9/11. 9/11 is tied to the 119, the mirror of that, which is tied to the element tin. 50th element, which is the same alchemical symbol as XRP and crypto. Anyway, it's just for a different story, but nonetheless, the cards. See, I always get into the cards because the cards are an extension of the dates. And most of you that have been following this work, you know how valuable the cards of illumination are. This card is the September 11th card. It's my birth card. one of my cards from my birth. What does this card mean? It's the king of the cosmos, of the mind of the cosmos. The club suit means the air. It's the air suit. That's why on a lot of Bibles they have this club on it. It's the cross. This is the cross. This is the cross. It's called the trefoil. But that's why when you decode and you look at, like, did they pick September 11th because it's the King Clubs card? Or did the King's Clubs card pick September 11th? There are just so many ways to observe what has happened in our reality. And every time you observe our reality and you bolt on another layer, you realize man would have to do that and add that in. And then it just gets so complicated and so congested, you realize from where I'm at in my research that this reality that we're playing out was predestined. It was already written before each and every one of us got here. Those are my truths, by the way. You don't have to agree with that. I'm at a point now where it's okay if you don't want to agree with me. Not everybody will. There's no such thing as a 5-star rating because time will kill that. Time will destroy a 5-star rating. A restaurant can have a 5-star rating. Over time, it will diminish and it will lose that because not everybody will like the food at that restaurant. Time is Satan, the time god. It decays when you really observe that kind of stuff. Miss Vegan Chef, I'll be your chef there for everyone. They're looking for that stuff, folks. The first alumni are going down to Mexico in June to go through the whole process. They're going to have a whole process, which I'm very excited to be a part of. So if you have talents and you can support yourself, I don't know how the money's going to flow. I don't know how every moving part is going to play out. But if you feel the itch and you can make it there, come. Make it happen. Burn the bridge. And just decide you're going to go and just believe. People are all into faith. I've always done that. In 1998, I went out to Los Angeles in the winter. I was born and raised in the East Coast, Boston, Connecticut, and I hated the winters. And I went out, my buddy's like, hey, I'm going to California. You want to come on a road trip? Yeah, sure. I went out there. I remember it was like 75 degrees, palm trees and sunny. And I just left like freezing rain and sleet and snow. And I went back, and a week and a half later, I told everybody I'm leaving. I had a cousin out there, but I had like $1,500, and I drove my Toyota Celica all the way out to LA, and I've been out west ever since. And ever since then, I came down here to Mexico. I didn't know what I was getting into. My friend Sharon, who's the card reader, she's like, hey, you should come here. You'd like it. So I felt the itch and I came. Now I know I'm supposed to come. So if you feel the itch to come, go. Tomorrow's not guaranteed, folks. Levi saying the microchip implant is now implementing Ripple payment. I'm sure they're all going to be using it because Ripple and XRP is the bridge. So if there are implants Of course, everybody's deathly afraid of them. I understand why. They think it's the mark of the beast. It quite possibly could be. Christine, I see you're wearing a King Spade shirt. No, Christine, I didn't know. Christine's been wanting some custom shirts, and I had said I was going to. It's more complicated than I anticipated. And this one is actually, this is a King Spade shirt, and this is one that I made for myself. This one they don't sell on the website, so you cannot get this one. But yeah, I'm very fond of the King Spades card, so. Kate King is asking to have a card. Okay, let's pull a card. Let's diverse ourselves a little bit. Let's get a card. So Kate King, and I'm only going to be doing what's the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now, unless you have a very specific question. And if you have a question that's like really basic, I may try to help you navigate that question, because the question usually has the answer already embedded in there. But if you want to know what the most important thing it is that you need to focus on in your life right now, well, that's a little bit of a different story. So Kate King, I'm going to pull a card for you. Most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now. I'm going to pull it from the middle of the deck as I shuffle these cards. And then it's going to be up to you to decipher that, because I don't know what's going on in your life. All of you, I don't know what's going on with your personal life. I don't know what's going on with your financial life. I don't know what's going on at work, with your boss, with your partner, with your friends, I don't know. I don't know what kind of cancers you need to cut out of your life. So it's going to be all a matter of a very general card pull, what the most important thing is that you need to focus on in your life right now. And I'm just, you could just Google it. You can go to Truly Teach Me Tarot and pull that card and or type that card in and read about that card, because this is a generalized reading based upon what's personally going on in your life. So Kate King, most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now in the middle of the deck is going to be the World card. So obviously this is the last card in the Major Arcana, card number 21. The word love equals the number 21, but ironically the word Saturn equals the number 21. Most people just like, oh, Saturn, Satan. How can Satan and Saturn equal love? Because it's all tied in together, everything. There's no separation, folks. They're all part of the same code and construct. But Kate King, the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now, this is the World card, and it's basically telling you to, like, what's going on in your world. Like, is there something that needs to be changed in your life right now? When it comes to the whole world around you, this is a card of having whatever it is that you want. Is there something you want to do in your life that you haven't done and you're kind of feeling the itch? Like maybe you want to come to Mexico and you feel the itch, but you're like, I'm too kind of afraid and I've never done that before. So again, the World card is telling you that you have everything in the palm of your hands, and if you've been feeling something, you should definitely jump into that. If you folks, if you have any cancers in your life, cut them out. I'm all about hedonism. That's my new claim to fame. Hedonism. I'm not talking about the sexual pleasuring. I'm talking about straight up hedonism, where if you wake up every single day and you're happy, that's hedonism, the pleasure principle. That's what life's all about. Some of you have people in your life that suck your energy dry, and you cannot live a life of pleasure. Why are you with those people? Why do you have those friends? Some of you have jobs that you do not like. It's sucking you dry, and you're deathly afraid to quit that job and go on to something else because you don't believe in your talents. You don't believe that something's going to replace that. It's a personal journey. And I know some of you are like, well, Logan, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't. I'm giving you generalized information. But I do know this. If you're not waking up happy, why are you waking up at all? Some of you struggle and you're your own worst enemies because you love the struggle. You love resistance in your life. You were born with it. You were raised in controversy, and you attract it because that's all you know. That's a fact, folks. Some of you out there that are watching this transmission, whether it's live right now or taped, you have chaos around you because you like chaos. You may not like it. Like if I asked, do you like chaos? No, I don't like it. But you like it because that's all you know, because that's how you were raised. You got to cut that out of your life if you want to make a different life for yourself. If you want to level up, so to speak, and move into a different realm of existence. So Jane, I think Elon is more like Nikola Tesla, maybe, but again, I've decoded Tesla and Thomas Edison and Elon Musk. I think Elon Musk is the reincarnation of Thomas Edison. XRP will track people as current. Everything's going to be tracked, folks. You can have a Bitcoin you can have a crypto coin that is peer to peer. For sure. We all, this is so new right now. We all don't know how everything is going to work because not everything's been released. There's still going to be bugs in the system. Not everything's been tried out. Reactions of people. How people are going to move. So we just don't know yet. What's up, Julie Cicero? Cancun was amazing. You could probably tell I got a little bit of a tan, a little bit of some, I got a lot of vitamin D, man. I'm a sun worshiper. I was born on a Sunday. How about you folks? What day were you born on? It's important to know that. It's important to know what day you were born on, especially the moon cycle. I'm going to leave this in the description here, folks. Were you born on a full moon? Some of you don't know what the moon was looking like when you were born. Was it a waxing? Was it a waning moon? Full moon? New moon? So I'm going to leave it. Here we go. I'm going to plop it right into the... There it is. Click on that link. It's moongiant.com/birthday-moon and find out when you were born and what the moon looked like. More keys to your kingdom. Caroline, heaps for transactions. There's going to be a little bit of a fee that they'll take to convert dollars. Of course, everybody wants a piece of the pie. But again, I feel absolutely sure that the dollar and the coins will be going bye-bye soon. And listen, China already came out with their crypto coin. They already came out with it. You think that the US is not going to do it? I think that's very foolish thinking if you think they're not going to do that. No matter, we don't know what's going to happen. There could be some massive, disruption in this world and everything gets blown to bits and crypto is going to be in the toilet and there's going to be a new beginning in the reset. Well, no one knows. But do you want to take the chance of not having any? You have all your money tied up in the dollar, which is tanking. They've been printing money for a very long time. All these stimulus checks going out. Where do you think that money's coming from? People are not... Listen, I've been talking to a lot of business owners. My parents live in Myrtle Beach, and they're talking to business owners. You know what I'm hearing is that some of these business owners can't even hire people because the people would rather stay home and collect money from the government because they're making more than they are with the person they can work for. That's what's going on. People are getting lazy. They would rather just sit home and make the money than go out there and work for it. That's what's going on. More and more people are relying on the stimulus checks. And they're not caring about going back to work. And that's exactly part of the program that was designed a long time ago. So you just got to keep up. You got to follow things and you got to just be diverse a little bit. XRP, XL. Yeah, XLM's another good one. Folks, let me tell you, gold and silver, it's all gone. We're going inward. If you're a follower of astrology, if you love astrology and the mystical arts, we're moved into or are moving into the age of Aquarius. The cosmos is about ready to take its breath inward. All it's been doing for the past 2,160 years in the age of Pisces is expansion. The cosmos has taken its breath and it pushed it out. Whew. That's what's been going on in the age of Pisces. That's not what's going to happen in the age of Aquarius. The cosmos is going to take its breath inward. The Taurus fields are going to be going inward. That's why the crypt, going inward. Be prepared for everything, folks. Lose your beliefs. Nirvana is not being tied down with beliefs. Be open for anything, because all of us could be wrong on so many levels. If you have all your eggs in one basket, with your program beliefs and you're not diverse, you could go with your pants down and then really, really have some serious troubles ahead in future days. But I can guarantee you, folks, the dollar is going to go bye-bye. There's no way to salvage it. There's too much debt. Got to use your common sense and logic. I mean, look at what happened in the East Coast. There was a cyber attack on the oil pipeline, which, was a major factor in oil and gas, and some of you felt that at the pumps. Maybe that was a test run. They cut that oil supply off, and you will see hyperinflation within a very short period of time. All right, Julie asking, most important thing to focus on in life right now. Absolutely. And again, Julie, just remember, you go look this card up, man, because I don't know what's going on in your life. Most important thing for Julie Cicero to focus on in life right now, I'm going to pull the middle card for you like I am going to do for everybody tonight. And then it's up to you to decipher and decode it. This is how you learn the mystical arts. It's not me just giving you the information. If I give you a reading, if you buy a reading, if you get a reading from me, some of you have, I spend 3-4 hours typically on my readings. You have a friend for life. You have somebody you can call, a consultant. Then we go over all the moving parts. Okay, Julie, here we go. So, Julie, you pulled through me. The catalyst is the Knight of Swords. Let me move this in here. This card right here is the Jack of Spades, which is the 50th card in the deck. This card right here, of course, if you look at the symbology of it, it's a guy on a horse and he's got the sword up. He's taking massive action, going into battle. Typically, this card the spade is linked to spirituality, but it's taking massive action. What is it going on in your life right now that you need to take massive action on? Do you need to make a decision? But the Knight of Swords is all about taking massive action. The knight on the chessboard. What is it in your life that you need to do right now? And what is it you need to take massive action on? I hope that helps. But if you type in Knight of Swords, Truly Teach Me Tarot in your favorite search engine, the first thing that should pop up is Truly Teach Me Tarot. Click on that link and go read about the Knight of Swords. And there's going to be a lot of information in there. You'll find what you're looking for. Guarantee it. Cards always will tell you what you need to know. Gaia, Babylonian fiat is the realm's code expressing itself. Okay. WALL-E, I remember that movie, WALL-E. Traverse the Universe, Tuesday, July 29th, 1980. Okay, I don't really know that date by heart, so I guess maybe you want to expand on that. Infinite Gabe, thoughts on investing in precious metals? Nope, not interested. Folks, we're going inward. That's like saying, should I invest in an Atari 2600 system? Should I invest in all these compact discs that are at the flea market? No. Because you just slip on a pair of glasses and you're in a virtual world. Just put on my MP3. Save some space. Folks, if you know the signs, and again, this is all theoretical, of course, but it's based on the mystical arts and my training. And again, if you follow astrology, we're moving into the age of Aquarius if we haven't done so already. It's not like the age of Pisces. We're going inward. When you go inward, you lose and get rid of attachments. Cryptocurrency, getting rid of hard cash. Don't need it anymore. Somebody said one, so pink. Card, please. Oh, new love. Okay, cool. So pink, I don't even know how to yet say your full code word, your alias, but pink is all I can see here. But let's see. Let's see. For pink, new love. So, I'm not really big into the reverse aspect because it's just another layer that you'd have to kind of talk about. But you know, this is the card that I pulled for you. It's the Seven of Wands. And this card right here, notice, you know, the guy's got his wand and he's like pushing against. This is the Seven of Clubs, which is tied to the number 20 in duality. But this particular card right here means defending what matters. So, Miss Pink, if you're in a new love situation right now, I would encourage you, and it's not a matter of defending what matters, it's a matter of creating your boundaries and standing your ground. And when anybody that's in love right now, you brand new relationships, folks, listen, you know why relationships fail? Mainly, now there are exceptions, and this is my opinion. Relationships fail because people try to push their agenda on their partner. I don't like the way you do that. I don't like the way you do that. Too bad. Just let me do me. Create your boundaries, Pink. That's what this card, how I view this card. Create your boundaries now, so that way they can't come back and say, well, you didn't tell me that. Shouldn't be that way anyway, because you're allowed to change your mind. You're allowed to, you don't always stay the same person over the course of your life. So I hope that helps out. If it doesn't, Pink, go to type in Seven of Wands, Truly Teach Me Tarot in your favorite search engine, and go read about that card and what it has to do with love. But that's definitely a card of standing your ground, not being pushed around, told what to do, even if it's in the honeymoon stage. Sonny, hi Sonny, nice to have you. Do you know that the WAF have a meeting about this? Yeah, well, what's his name? Powell, he called the cyber attack a week or 2 weeks before it even happened. Folks, this is all orchestrated and planned. Part of the script. Like, you know, when you plan to, like I planned to go on vacation like a month ago. That was planned into my script. Orchestrated. And then I went on vacation. The things that are happening in the world, orchestrated, calculated, done on purpose. Okay, so we have another question. Let me see. Divine Light. Divine Light Hazel. So what's the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now? Let's see. Divine Light Hazel. All right. Middle card for you, Divine Light Hazel. Oh, wow. You got the Knight of Swords as well. Second time we've pulled this card out. And, of course, this is a card of taking massive action. And, taking charge in your life. What do you got to do in your life right now to take charge? Like, what is it it's a revolution in your life. Being revolutionary. What is it? How does that apply to you? Divine Light Hazel. Some of you are stuck because you're not taking charge. You're stuck between the idea and the execution. You need to move into execution mode. So I like the great meme. Goes like this. The road is paved with flat squirrels who couldn't make a decision. So don't be a flat squirrel. Make a decision. Execute. That's your cue. If I'm being the catalyst and you're here right now and I'm telling you these kinds of things and you pulled the card of revolution, this is the second time I pulled this. Get out of your head. Execute. Something needs to be executed in your life. And if you don't know what that means, go look it up. Okay? Go look it up. So Miss Vegan Chef, she wants me to pull out the animal deck. Okay, cool. These are a little bit tougher to shuffle. This animal deck, 'cause it's so freaking wide. Coming out with my own card deck, folks, by the way. I didn't make that announcement, but it's in the works right now. I'm excited about it. Got my own card deck coming out, and it's going to be one of many, but it's going to be an absolute original deck that no one's ever come out with before. So if you're one of those people that end up getting this deck, you will be having an item that is not even on the market right now, and I'm pretty excited about it. All right, so Miss Vegan Chef, middle card for you. Oh, you got the amazing owl card number 21. Of course, tied to the world card. The owl is the keeper of the sacred knowledge. The owl is inside the Taurus fields, and I don't have the book in front of me, and I can be honest with all of you, I don't know all these by heart, but I do know that the 21, of course, is tied to love and Saturn. And it's tied to knowledge and the Taurus fields. So if you have the book, Miss Vegan Chef, and you know what that card links to, you can find more information on that. But that's the most important thing for you to focus on in life right now. Maybe it's your life in all of totality and making some major changes. Okay? Miss M. Thank you, Logan. You're very welcome. So let's pull a card for you, Miss M. Yeah, folks, if you're interested in a reading, just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. I'll send you my website link, my new one, my new brand coming out. I haven't officially released it because I'm still Brain, Body, Soul, but I have a brand new brand coming out. It's called, I can tell all of you now, it's called Cosmic Sugar. That's my new brand. It's kind of sexy, right? Cosmic Sugar. That's my new brand. CosmicSugar.org. It's still unfinished because I'm building the website, and I'm not a big fan at building websites. I've built so many over the years. I get bored with them, and there's just a lot of information that's got to go into it. But on that website, CosmicSugar.org, is my personal readings page, which has the 3 readings that I offer right now, and the price structures on those and what goes into them. And if you want a consultation, I do offer a complimentary consultation to answer all your questions. It's not a reading, it's a consultation to make sure that whatever reading you pick is the fit for you, on whichever one you choose. All right, so Miss M, most important thing for you to focus on in life right now. Middle card for you. Oh, you got the 9 of Cups. So this card right here is the Nine of Hearts. And this card is a really fortunate card in the tarot anyway, for the expressions of the tarot. This is kind of like really happy about life. Like things are really, 9 is endings and completions. Cups means the heart. So this card typically means you're very happy in life. Like things are about to really deliver to you and manifest for you in the best way, shape, and possibilities coming your way. This is a card of being very happy and content, the 9 of Cups. So what's going on in your life right now? Do you feel that? Do you feel that something is about to manifest and your life's going to be like on fire? But the 9 of Cups. And if you need more assistance on the card, go to type in 9 of Cups, Truly Teach Me Tarot in your favorite search engine and read about it. I would encourage you to do that anyway, because you're going to get more keys to your kingdom, okay? All right, so what's up, Max? Maximiliano. Man, I love that name, Maximiliano. It's a long name, but it's a strong name. Okay. So we got Ryan. I wish all of us just use our names, but I get it. It's just would be more personal, but that's okay. I get it. So Ryan, I already know I won't give away your alias in case you're trying to hide. I know you're not. I'm just kidding. I like aliases. I think they're cool because we get to, kind of tell the world who we are. But Ryan, we're going to shuffle the cards for you. We're going to pull a card from the middle and we're going to ask the cosmos, what's the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now, whatever's going on in your life. So what's going on in your life? Personal, health, relationships, job, company, business. Let's see. Most important thing for you, Ryan, to focus on in your life right now. And folks, when I pull these cards, you want to look at the clock. Like, what time is it? Is there any significance to the time of when I pulled this card for you? When I gave you your answer, when you asked the question. Like, folks, when you wake up in the morning, and you grab your phone, are you looking to see what time it is? Not to see because I'm late for work. I'm saying is like, what do those numbers mean when you first wake up? It's a message for you. Every time you wake up, that clock or phone or whatever you use to find out what time it is, it's going to give you a message. So pay attention to that message. Okay, Ryan, here we go. So Ryan, you pulled the Page of Swords. This is the, depending on if you use the Fool as the 22nd card, but this is the 74 or 73rd card, I think, in the deck. And the Page of Swords, the Page cards, is the card of being that prince. In your case, it's the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It's the prince that's, doesn't know what it feels like to be screwed over, ripped off, cheated on. The princess, same thing. It's got that brand new $100 million contract coming out of college. Light on your feet. This is a card of intellect, strength, curiosity. But the Page always reminds us to act as if we've never lived a day in our lives. We're fresh off the banana boat. So maybe, Ryan, you need to let go of some programming in your mind right now. Like maybe you're just suppressed with a lot of information around you. Maybe you need a lot of clarity. That's a card of clarity. And then the sword is cutting through spirituality. But the Page always reminds us to go back to what it feels like to be fresh off the banana boat, to not have any programs in our mind running around, to maybe live from the past and not make a decision based upon the now moment. We want to make decisions in the now moment, not in the past, because if we do things that are based upon the past, it will continue to rewrite the future based off the past. And of course, that doesn't mean you can't learn from the past, but definitely when you pull the Page of Swords, it's telling you to use your intellect and clarity and cut through all the BS and to live like you've never lived a day in your life and then make your decision. I hope that helps you out. If it doesn't, then maybe you want to go to Page of Swords, Truly Teach Me Tarot, and in your favorite search engine, and read about that card. And it has keywords in there and a huge description. All of you that have pulled your cards tonight, go to those websites and read about it. Okay? So David Cha, nice to have you, David. Good evening, Lauren. Do you play or sing during Sweat Tent? Yeah, actually, during the ceremony, just this past Sunday, we all were singing, humming, and there were instruments in there, maracas and some other little drum thing. So yeah, we do. It's pretty awesome. I really enjoyed it. I can't wait to go back and get into the swing of things. Okay, you're welcome, Kim. I think Derek Filler is asking, most important thing, 1989, 821. So, folks, if you want to know about your life path, or, you want to know about something about your birthday, you should check it out. Derek, you're the Five of Clubs, which is the 18th card in the deck, which is tied to the Christ. Jesus equals 18. Christ equals 18. The 18th card is the Moon card. The Moon is feminine. Christ is feminine. It's really interesting. Okay, so we have Derek. Most important thing. Middle card for you. And here we go, Derek. So, folks, I hope you're getting some benefits out of this. There's always truth. There's always truth to these cards. They always arrive at the exact time you need them. They are bridges. They are all these cards are alive. They're personalities. They talk to you. You just gotta, if you don't know what the cards mean, you just go to a website that can tell you about the keywords and interpret the card and get your message based upon your life. So, Derek, who has the August 21st birthday, you pulled the Queen of Cups, and this card right here is tied to the Queen of Hearts, which has a bad rap because that's the 12th card in the deck, and 12 is the Hangman, but it's also tied to the evil queen in the Alice in Wonderland series that ruled over Wonderland itself. But this card right here is a very nurturing card, and it's relating to your cup, your heart, your love, your emotions. Queen of Cups. It's very mature and responsible, and it's tying into your emotions. What is it you need to tie into right now in your life that's dealing with your emotions? Have you found a new love in your life? Are you seeking one out? Or maybe you need to end one, and you need to call upon that Queen of Cups to give you the courage to look at how much you're worth in your life. Some of you don't value yourselves because you were told as a kid that you had no value. You know who you are. Some of you were told when you were a child that you weren't good enough, and that's all BS. But you still live your life as if that is still true today. Got to get rid of those cancers. Cut them out of your life. Cut them out, because that is not you. Okay. Teresa Garcia, let's get you a card. You guys there's a lot of you want cards. Okay, cool. I'm going to take some phone calls here in a minute. And if you have a question, if you want to talk about something, have a point. Make sure it's about something about the mystical arts or the occult world, or maybe it's part of a decode you're doing, or maybe one of the decodes I've done. Maybe a question on that, something. But let's keep it on track. If you've been having a couple glasses of wine or you've smoked some cannabis tonight, try to keep it on point. Sometimes we get sidetracked from that. We get a little too relaxed. Okay, so Teresa, again, not judging, folks. We all do stuff like that, right? Just got to have fun with life. Life is a big joke. Okay, Teresa. Oh yeah, you pulled the card that's on my t-shirt, the King of Swords, the immovable, the most powerful card in the deck, the King of Swords, card 52, King of Spades, It's one of the 3 fixed cards. This is a card right here of absolute certainty on whatever it is you're going to do. But this card, the King, is like not messing around. It's kind of the nice bully, if you will, the King of Spades. What is it you got to do in your life that needs to take, this is a massive action. Like, this is a very wise, authentic kind of person. How does that relate to your life, Teresa? Some of you are you just need confirmation. Some of you are looking just for the boot in the ass, the confirmation to give you permission to move and walk through that door. To get rid of program beliefs that don't have any relevance to your life anymore. But yet you give it energy because it's part of your past and it's easy and you've conformed to it. It has no bearing anymore. So the King of Swords, go look it up, Teresa, if you're interested. Type in King of Swords, Truly Teach Me Tarot. Click on the first link. It should come up, trulyteachmetarot.com, and go look at and read about the keywords. That is the card of all cards when it comes to power, authenticity, the kind of the major decision maker on the board is the King of Swords, the immovable card. Okay. Megan Hebert, or I'm sorry if I pronounced your name wrong. Hebert. Let's pull a card for you. What's going on in your life, Megan? Nice to have you. Thanks for joining in. I love all of you. So many of you I've never met. Maybe I'll meet you in Mexico. Maybe we'll meet in the next life. Maybe we'll meet in after the reset. I don't know, folks. There's so many possibilities on what could happen, you know. I'm just grateful to be alive at this. I mean, imagine you're in this code right now at this time, in this stage of the game. Wow. Because right now it's go time. You know, we're all here. Very grateful to be in this position right now, personally myself. All right, so Megan. So Megan, you got the Chariot card. What a great card. The card number 7 in the Major Arcana. It's a standalone card. It's got the yin yang. And, you know, this card right here typically is an indicator of something moving fast. It usually means success. It's the 7th card, 7 colors in the rainbow. So what's going on in your life right now that needs to move very fast? Taking action, traveling. Sometimes it means moving, momentum. Involving the black and white yin yang, but the Chariot card, go look it up, search engine, the Chariot, Truly Teach Me Tarot if you need a further explanation of that. But typically the Chariot is a very fortunate outcome for a card itself. But again, it's very generalized because I don't know what's going on in your life right now, and you need to figure that out. Folks, part of what I do, and the reason why I'm not just giving you things, I'm not just like, some people are, you know, I'm not like this psychic guy who like can be telepathic and read your minds or that's not, I'm a catalyst. Part of the reason why I love doing these card readings is because it teaches you to go and read about who you are and why you're here. If I just tell you, yeah, this is what's going to happen, and then that's it, and you don't go research it, that's not really where it's at. Those of you that are here, you're seeking the knowledge. So discovering the knowledge is one of the very best ways to figure out what it is your next move's going to be. So for you, Teresa, for you, Megan, it's the Chariot card. Moving fast, momentum, completion. Whatever it is you're doing right now, you're on track to get there and have everything manifest. So it's maybe just a matter of you signing on the dotted line. Maybe it's just a matter of you saying yes to something that you feel good about. You just need a little kick in the ass. And that's the confirmation. Again, folks, these are just, a lot of these readings are all about confirmation. That's all you're looking for. When I do readings for people, I tell people, what I'm about to go through with you for the next 3 or 4 hours, it's going to give you keys to your kingdom. How do you get keys? I'm going to hand them to you. And you're going to be able to unlock the doors, and you're going to give yourself permission. It's all we're looking for a lot of times, is just permission to walk and say, is it okay? Can I walk through that door? Yeah, here it is. Here's the key. Go walk through the door. And we're all looking for confirmations because somebody told us in our past, a lot of times, that we can't go through those doors. In a subtle way, sometimes in a direct way. And that's all BS. So readings are really a lot of confirmation. Interpretation is key. Obviously, you need to know the cards in astrology, what the houses mean, what the planets mean in the houses, numerology, your life path, your birthday. Those things are important. These are all layers of the onion. And I love them all, you know. Okay. I am stuck on my chat box and I can't go any further. Oh, there we go. Wow. Okay. Well, a lot of you have been great questions. And I'm sorry if I missed some of your questions. Let me go back. I'm trying to, my chat got stuck and now I'm having to go back and find out where I was at before. And I know I'm going to miss, and I apologize. Oh, Lisa, what's up, Lisa? Let's get you a card. And then I got some great comments, man, from all of you. Thank you all much for your suggestions and comments and love. And you guys are all in the flow right now. So, all right. So, who's the card? Lisa. Is that really your name? Is it really Lisa? It's kind of cool though. Like double Lisa. Okay. Lisa, by the way, all of you. It's a good point. Besides decoding words, you want to call it gematria, you can call it that, but it's really numerology. But besides decoding full words, you have what's called the capstone in numerology, and that's another way you can decode things. And really, the most important letter in every word is the first letter. So you can take your first, middle, and last name and just use the first letters of each one and get a outcome on those. It'll give you more keys to your kingdom. So Lisa, what's interesting is, the L is the 12th letter. 12 and 12 is 24. X chromosomes. If you reduce down, it becomes 33. Okay, so Lisa, here we go for you. Oh, another one. Lisa. What's going on in your life right now? So you also pulled the 9 of Cups, the 9 of Hearts. This is feeling really good about your life right now. What's going on in your life? This is a card of feeling good or about to absolutely feel great in your life, because you have the 9 cups behind you and the guy smiling. And so this is a card of absolute happiness, the 9 of Cups, the 9 of Hearts, endings and completions in the realm of emotions. That's what that card means. So I hope that helps you out, Lisa. What's going on in your life, man? I want to be where you're at. The 9 of Cups is a great card to get when you're asking what's going on in your life. Okay. Easy. What's your best advice for newbies to start getting into this and start applying it to evolve? Well, Easy, the answer to give to your question, and for those of you that are resonating with Easy's question, it was, what's the advice for you that are newbies to all of this? How do you get started in it? First and foremost, go to my channel, Decode Your Reality. You're on it now, but if you click on the video tab, or when you log on to Decode Your Reality, the very first video for newbies anyway is how to decode yourself. If you don't find that video, if you just go to the little magnifying glass and click on that, you can type in any kind of keywords in there, type in how to decode yourself. You'll find that video. It's closing in on like 18,000. Thank all of you for watching it. I came out with that last year and it's exploded, and it was 10 different layers of how to decode yourself. And I show you step by step. I would start there. It's all free information, right? The only thing you have to invest is your time. So I guess it's not free per se, but that's where I would start. And decoding yourself is the very best way to get started in the decoding world. And, how do you decode yourself? Well, you can go into all the mystical art platforms, astrology, numerology, human design, personality types. What's your personality type? Have you taken the personality type test? If you have not taken the personality type test in the past year, 6 months, you should take it again and figure it out, because our personality types change. If you need a link on the personality types, send me an email and I'll send it to you. My email is decodeyourreality@gmail.com. Again, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and I'll send you the link to take the free test of your personality type. There is so many amazing nuggets in the Briggs-Myers person. There are 16 different personalities. That's linked to sulfur, which is one of the 6 most important elements in our reality here on Earth, sulfur. Linked to hell. It's really interesting when you start to synchronize all these layers, but I would start there. Start with decoding yourself. And I would suggest that all of you establish a habit of doing it every single week, 1 day a week at least. If you have children, some of you are busy with your children, start having a family day of decoding your family, knowing what your kids are, better understanding of why they act and behave certain ways. And guess what happens when that happens? You're less likely to get mad at your kids, or you're less likely to have more tolerance, because then you're just observing their code and be like, oh, that's just them being them. And it gives you a better way to navigate, to discipline your children when you know what their astrology sign is, their sun sign, their rising sign, where their moon's located, if they're empathic, if they're a true thinker, if they're a true feeler, what their midheaven is, what their service to the world is, what their soul contract is when it comes to numerology. That's adding up your entire birthday. All of these layers are going to be extremely important as we move into this new age of I know thyself. So those of you that have kids, man, the best thing you can do is have a weekly decoding session. I mean, if I don't have kids, okay, but if I had kids, I would be decoding with my kids every weekend. And it's endless. Like, it's not like you just like watch a movie for the one time. You're like, oh, okay, well, maybe I'll watch it again because it's that good, right? No, decoding is that good. Once you memorize your cards, you know, in the cards of illumination, folks, in these cards right here, there are 4 major cards that are attached to our birthdays, 4 of them, in the way I observe the cards. Then you have your planetary ruling cards. And if you like resonate towards the cards of illumination, I have a Rolodex of people that I can patch you. If you're like, my friend Sharon lives right next door to me. That's why I'm here in Mexico, because of her. I love her. She's my other second mom. She's been reading the cards for like 30 or 40 years. She's got an entire class that she teaches. Not all the time, but if you resonate with the cards and you want to learn the system, she's great at it. She's got a different way of observing the cards than I do. I have my own original ways of doing it, which kind of, you know, encroach upon her ways. But anyway, if you resonate with the cards, and then there's tarot classes if you resonate with the tarot. But folks, decoding yourself is the most important thing you can do. It's going to be part of the syncretism school that I'm going to be a part of in Mexico. Because it's part of astrology, son. You know, for those of you that know Santos, you know how big he is into astrology. He's huge. Because he knows the value of the constellations. He knows why there's 12 zodiac signs. The 12 major. Okay? All right, let's get back to some of your questions. Overprotected 111. Let's get you a card. I appreciate your comments. I've seen you comment on my videos. I don't know what your name is. And if you have sent me, I think you've sent me an email and I don't remember your name. I think you have sent me your name. I don't remember. My apologies. You can imagine how many people contact me now. And it's to the point now where, you know, I'm going to need moderators and personal assistants. And it's awesome. It's great, man, because that means we're growing as a family and as a unit and part of the hive, so to speak. So overprotected 1111. Let's get you a card. So let's pull the middle of the deck for you. And, oh, you got the Hangman. So, of course, the Hangman is card number 12. Endings and completion. What do you need to surrender to? What is it you need to surrender to in your life? We all need to surrender things, but that's the most important thing for you to focus on in life right now. And it will illuminate you. That's why, on the card in the Hangman, there's the sun below the head. But this is the architect coming down into human form right here, this card. It's tied to the sun, by the way. But anyway, what do you need to surrender to overprotected? And that will give you more keys to your kingdom. Thank you for your comments. You love my videos. I appreciate all of folks. Listen, it's because of you that I continue to make videos. I mean, if I didn't have a feedback audience, if I didn't have people like yourselves, you great decoders, giving me your case study, that's why I always ask, like, what do you see? I feel like I'm the only one asking. Like, I watch other people's videos that teach, and I don't ever see anybody, hey, what did you see? I feel like I'm the only one. I don't know, but I feel it's important because there are so many great, intelligent minds out there, and I love learning from all of you. So keep it coming. All your support. It's freaking amazing, man. Yeah, my deck of cards, man, I'm working on them. It's been a long process. I had somebody draw out my cards and I wasn't satisfied with them, and I'm having them redone right now, and I'm really not crazy about this one as well. So I don't know, I wish I could find an artist that would just give me some amazing cards, but I'm so picky. But anyway, but it's just deck one of many. I have a feeling I'm gonna be going into the card deck business a little bit. So Miss M, okay, I'm glad I'm looking at your comments. So the Moon Lilith wants a card. Okay, I can do that for you. So we're gonna pull a card for the Moon Lilith Venus. And I cannot remember what your real name is, and that's okay. Going by your alias. It's what you chose. So let's pull a card for you, Moon Lilith. And see what the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now is. Here we go. Shuffled, and your card is okay. Well, again, there's no good or bad cards. Typically, this card right here means debilitation. This is the Five of Pentacles tied to the Five of Diamonds. Five of Diamonds is the 31st card. That's tied to Pi and this hell that we live in, the suffering part of it. I mean, it's heaven and hell, right? But anyway, for you, who did I just pull a card for? Oh, the Moon Lilith Venus. Okay, so this is the card of debilitation. Notice, this is a bag lady, and then you got the guy with the crutches, and they're out in the snow, and it's cold out, and they're in their rags and all stuff. So this card, I love getting these cards myself, particularly the Tower card and the Three of Swords and stuff, because it just tells you where, drawing the line in the sand, and this is a card of debilitation. So are you debilitated right now? Are you in a position to where you're like I'm ready to freaking move on? I'm tired of the life that I'm living right now, and it's time for some serious change. Some of you, if you resonate with that message, if you're in a life of debilitation right now, if you're stuck, if you feel like, man, I was on this wave and I rode the wave and I fell off and I really, really ate a lot of sand. That's how life is, folks. The best analogy, one of the best analogies I've ever come up with is life is like surfing. I've never surfed before in my life, but I've watched plenty of them, and they paddle out and they find the best wave they feel they can ride, and they ride that wave as long as they can, and then of course the wave doesn't last. Sometimes when you're on the wave, you take a big digger and you eat some sand, right? Or you bump your head, or you really take a nasty spill. And that's life. So when you're on that wave, folks, when you're riding that wave, ride it as long as you can. Beat it up. Enjoy it. Because it may not last forever. Well, actually, I shouldn't even say may. It's not going to last forever. You may fall off and just not have to dig it. You may not have to eat sand and get really in a bad position. You may just be able to paddle right back out and get on another wave. Those of you that really are, because life is like this. Those of you that have been going down and you're staying down here, part of the reason why you're staying down here is because you are stuck in your mind of staying down here and you like it down here. You may not say, well, I really like being in my own demise. But we talked about this earlier, or I did at least. Some of you are still stuck in your past. You're still stuck on what your parents told you, that you're not good enough. You're still stuck on focusing on some negative thing that you had to go through with the courts or whatever. And I'm not saying you may have to go to court again and stuff like that. But folks, when you're not there, freaking enjoy your life. No one's forcing you to be miserable. It's insane. Today, I'm looking for a place to land, to move to in the Yucatan. So I found this really nice place. And so I looked up the place and the phone number, and I text the phone number. It was a US number, which was very odd. And the person on the other end, I called the number, no answer. So I text. And you know what I get? Stop bothering me. It's the wrong number. That's what I get. That's how miserable people are today. You gotta be miserable to leave. It was the wrong number. Okay, fine. But stop bothering me. Stop texting me or it was just somebody that was completely miserable. You know what I told him? I texted him back. I'm take the stick out of your ass. That's what I said. I put some, emojis of laughing on there. I don't care how they took it. My whole point is man, you're just a miserable person. I don't know what's going on in your life. It's not my job to know that. And I frankly, maybe something horrible is going on in your life, but life really is not going to direct your traffic. You have to actually make the decision, controlled or not, to be happy or to be sad or be miserable. Some of you like misery. Some of you actually like to be miserable. You do. You won't admit it, but you do, because you're used to it. And you think the world's just coming at you like a wolf and that's it, and life sucks. And you're just you've been dealt a bad deck of cards and, all that kind of stuff. But from everything I've observed, no one forces you to feel like shit or be miserable. Life's not always happy in the sense of being happy, and you're not always riding that wave like a surfer does. A lot of times you're down and you're eating the sand when you fell off the wave, but paddle back out. Decide to paddle back out and get back on the next wave. Don't let your circumstances dictate your happiness. Focus on hedonism. Cut out the bullshit in your life. Cut out the cancers in your life, folks. It's not worth it. Control or not, free will or not, predestiny or not, it's a contradiction. Life is. Some of you have cancers in your life, from physical to mental, from family to friends, from partners to husbands or wives. They're cancers in your life, and you wake up every day and you're okay with that. You're like, oh, well, it's easy. I don't have to go to work. My partner takes care of me. So I'm just going to deal with their verbal abuse. Some of you actually live your lives like that, and that's totally fine. I'm not judging, by the way. I'm merely pointing out things that happen in this world that I observe. And the funny thing is that I've been in those kind of predicaments. So I'm not reading from a book or just observing. I'm actually preaching to you based upon my own personal experiences. Staying stuck in a situation and not liking it, but staying in it anyway. Because I'm conformed to it. It's easy. It doesn't take any effort. I know what I'm going to get each day. And even though I'm not happy, I'd rather walk on eggshells than walk on water. I've flipped that now. I'd rather walk on water than eggshells. I'm not going to walk on eggshells for anybody in life right now. And I would highly suggest that you all do the same thing. Walk on water, not eggshells. You deserve to walk on water. Okay. Christine, you love your medicine cards. Christine, let's get you a card. All right, Christine. This is so hard to shuffle. I'm going to actually... All right, Christine, here we go. Middle of the deck for Christine. Oh, Christine, you got the porcupine card. Card number 12. I don't need to tell you what to do, Christine, because you have the book and you can go research it and you pretty much know what this card means. I mean, you know, the porcupine tied to the hangman, tied to 12, which is 12 hours on the clock. So you can go there and figure that out. I don't have to go too much in depth with that card right there. All right. Overprotected, you're 33, so you have a master life path 33. So a big creator. Christine, you're a life path 33. Those of you that are your life path 33s, the master 33s, I mean, you know, you have exceptional qualities about being a great creator in this reality, being a master teacher in this reality. So a lot of master 33s, life paths, have been through the ringer, you know, like everything that's happened to you over the course of your life were all designed for you to go through those experiences and then deliver to the world those experiences. And then some with the 33s. All right, so Caroline's asking for a tarot card. Let's do that one for Caroline. Middle of the deck for you. Caroline, most important thing for you to focus on there. Oh, Caroline, so you got the Fool card, Caroline. Of course, this is the Zero card. This means duality. This means, you know, the Zero card in Fahrenheit is 32 degrees Celsius. So this is the duality card of all cards. It's, you know, the Fool. Become the Fool, Caroline. What is it like? This card means not knowing what it feels like to be, you know, have anything happen to you. Be the Fool in your life. Get rid of all the hang-ups. Get rid of all the things that nail you to the ground, Caroline. What's going on in your life right now? Get rid of all that BS. Free yourself. Cut out your cancers in your life. Get rid of the people that are dragging you down. And then if you're the one that's dragging other people, because there are some of you that actually, you're the energy vampires. You won't admit it to yourself. Maybe you will. Some of you are energy vampires that are watching this, and you drag other people down. So if you're authentic with yourself, I've been one of those. I can honestly tell all of you, all my audience, I've been one of those. Been on the receiving end. If you're an energy vampire and you're sucking the life out of people, then be the Fool. Stop being an energy vampire. What causes you to be an energy vampire? Stuck in your mind. Victim mentality. You like misery because you were born with it. You need to revisit your childhood and get rid of the programming that you were raised with because it doesn't serve you anymore. It doesn't work. You know, if you're a business owner and you're running your business like you ran it when it first opened 10 years ago, you're probably not in business. You need to roll with the punches, roll with the changes. And if everybody were to do that with their personal lives, like go back to your childhood, get rid of a lot of the program beliefs, your life would flourish. Some of you don't want to do that because you're comfortable playing the victim. It's easy for you. I get it. But see, being authentic and owning that is like, yeah, you know, I played the victim. I'm done with that. Not relying on, some of you are relying on other people to support you. And the truth is, if you study your code, you don't need anybody in your life to support you. You're a strong person, male or female. And all you need to do is to get rid of that and go on your own. And that's the beauty of discovering who you are and why you're here, by the way. The beauty of discovering who you are and why you're here is it puts you in your truest sense of your absolute power. And then you're like, wait a minute, I don't even need this person. They're causing me a lot of misery. I'm getting verbally abused. I don't like the way they treat me, but I do it because they pay my bills. Or they do it because they're paying the rent and I can't afford it because I don't have a job and they do. So I just deal with their verbal abuse. So that's the price you got to pay to have a roof over your head, is someone to tell you you're a piece of shit. Some of you actually live your lives like that. And again, I'm not judging. Remember, I'm just a messenger. I'm in neutrality. I'm just giving you a message because I see it in this world. I hear it in this world. And you're better than that. You're better than just sitting there taking verbal abuse from somebody and some of those people hanging it over your head and using it to tell you that, you know, you're going to just take my abuse because I pay your bills, or I pay the bills right now because you're out of work and I'm not out of work. And, you know, focus on creating something for yourself, a career. You're better than that. Decode yourself, discover who you are, your true power, and then leave behind the cancers and become the best version of yourself. Okay? All right. Lisa, didn't I pull a card for you? I don't know your life path. 1020. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Julie Cicero, can I pull a card for your husband? Is he watching, Julie? I hope he is. Need to connect to his energy. And then I'm going to take some phone calls. I'm going to take some phone calls. Pop the number up. And I'm going to ask some of you that have called in before, try to give the newbies, try to wait a little bit. Let's get some, if this is your chance, folks, you want to talk, you want to discuss, you don't have to give your name. I'm not going to try to announce who you are. It can be totally indiscreet. Totally indiscreet. Well, these two cards popped out as I was shuffling, Julie, for Kevin. And these two cards right here are, you know, this card right here is the Knight of Cups, which is, you know, looking for love and fickle. And this is the card of celebration. So it's telling your husband, like, looking for love and celebration. You know, when's the last time you celebrated your winnings? If you resonated with that, folks, some of you, a lot of you, like, I just went on vacation. Haven't been on in years. Years. Because I was so engrossed in my decoding and delivering and getting this brand built and giving all, just be engrossed in it, part of my code. But folks, some of you need to go out and celebrate. This is a card of celebration. Kevin, Julie's husband, when's the last time you celebrated? When is the last time you, folks, if you resonate with that, when's the last time you celebrated life? When was the last time you celebrated life? Let me get some more music on here. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to put some synthwave on and let's get back to your. So I hope that helps out. It's Kevin, celebration. Folks, if you haven't celebrated in a long time, go celebrate your winnings. And if people like, go call your friends up and say, hey, let's go out and celebrate. What are we celebrating? Life. I cut the cancers out of my life, made some decisions to become the best version of me, and I'm going to go out and celebrate that. I don't think people celebrate enough. I know I don't. So I'm speaking to myself, looking in the mirror as I look into the camera as I talk to all of you. Michael Blanton have Chiron in the 12th house. Well, when you have, I want to say Michael Jackson has Chiron in the 12th house, but I don't remember I should know that because I decoded them, but I don't remember. Erica event. Okay, cool. All right, I'm just going through some more of your questions here. Let's see. Any thought? 23 McGraw, nice to have you. Any thoughts on the INFJ? Yeah, the INFJ personality type is the most rare out of all 16 personality types. So if you are one of those INFJ personality types, welcome. And you're in rare form. I mean, you know, the most rare personality types. The other one, of course, the ENFJ. The INFJ is the introvert dominant feeler type, basing everything on justice. And I love INFJs. I have a few friends that are those that I hang out with, and very intelligent people. But yeah, the most rare, the INFJs, which is awesome. So let's get to JKL. And then Narina, you're next. So JKL, there would be your card pulling from the middle of the deck. Here we go. JKL. Oh, so JKL, you pulled. Now everybody always freaks out when I pull this card for them in my, you know, when I do tarot readings and stuff like that. But this is the 15th card in the deck, the Devil card. There are many ways to really kind of interpret this card. Now, what's really fascinating about this, and I just learned this when I was decoding the acid and alkaline, the pH balance scale, and those involving the planets, the sun, the moon, and Earth. And Earth is the Devil card. This is the middle pillar. When this card comes up, typically, it involves, you know, getting rid of some kind of addiction. And it can be addicted to chocolate, popcorn, potato chips, sex, drugs, alcohol. The flip side of this card is it could also mean that you need to put more time into yourself. You're not putting enough time into yourself. You're giving yourself away to too many people. You're a great giver, you're a horrible receiver. So sometimes when you pull the Devil card, and again, JKL, it's all about interpreting it through your own eyes and discovering what is the most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now. And if you need to put more time into your life because maybe you've been self-sacrificing and your health is going down the toilet, and you need to put a little time in, you need to be selfish. Sometimes the Devil card means that you absolutely need to be more selfish. Some of you need to be more selfish in your lives because you give too much and then you don't actually pay any attention to yourself. Sometimes that involves being a people pleaser, and that's not a good thing in the sense of being good as well. So I hope that helps out for you, JKL. And then Narina Tessa with the sunflower. Let's pull a card for you. And then Kaio Azur has a question. So Narina, most important thing for you to focus on in your life right now would be the Seven of Swords. And this card right here typically means kind of like the endings and completions of spirituality. Notice he's got 3 swords in his hands, 2 that he hasn't grabbed. And sometimes this card, let me get the keywords for this, because this is a tricky card sometimes, but let me give you the keyword for that. And again, if you need further information on the Seven of Swords, I'm going to encourage you to to go open up your favorite search engine and type in Seven of Swords, Truly Teach Me Tarot, and you'll find a ton of reading information on that particular card. The keywords are strategy, mental tests. It can mean deception. That's kind of the tricky part about it, because it can mean strategy, but it can also mean being deceptive. So again, if you're really authentic with yourself, and most people that I come across, they're not, because life's about looking good and you don't want to look bad. So you'll avoid and you'll sweep things under the rug. Not you per se, but I'm saying this in a generalized sense here, and we all do it, is we become inauthentic with ourselves because we do not want to look bad. Even if no one knows about it, our ego doesn't want to be bruised and looking bad. So if it is about deception, are you trying to deceive people? And we all do it. So if you're authentic with yourself, this is the time to do it. Observe your life and saying, am I really trying to pull the wool over someone's eyes? Or am I breaking agreements? Did you agree to do something and then you're breaking agreements? That's what it can mean as well. But it can also mean strategy and preparing as well. So what's going on in your life right now? And again, you got to be authentic with yourself. Well, I shouldn't say you have to. You have a choice to do that. But if you're willing to be authentic with yourselves, all of you that resonate with this message, if you're being deceptive, and we all do it, we all lie. That's when you know you can be authentic, when you realize, yeah, I'm a liar. We're all liars. All of us. And those of you that say, no, I don't lie, you're just trying to look good. Because of course you lie. We all lie. We all get deceptive. It's a matter of minimizing that. That's what makes you level up in this game of life. It's not doing it as often. Not doing it as often. So I hope that helps you out. So Kaio Azura, any advice on anxiety, intrusive thoughts? Yeah, you need to sit with any kind of thoughts. Anxiety, depressive kind of thoughts. They're alive like people. So I always suggest to clientele, people that do read, because I have this a lot, talk to these ideas. The thoughts, talk to it like it's a real person. Like, hey, you have these anxiety thoughts and then suppression and depression. Like, first and foremost, what's the root of that? And then you need to talk to these ideas and ask them what they want. Like, they're real people. Like, what do you want from me? Why are you here? What are you trying to teach me? And then when you're tired of that, you're like, you know what? It's totally fine. I get why you're here, but I don't need you anymore. And you're free to leave. I want you to actually go. You can kick stones and get out of my life. And sometimes that's all we really need to do is give direction to these thoughts. Observe them through meditation, whatever it is you want to do, however you fancy doing it. And then talking to these ideas like they're real people, and then just tell them to leave. Get out of here. Again, it's not something that's constructive in the sense of being constructive. Because if you really break it down, there is nothing really constructive, destructive. Everything just is. We just label it constructive, destructive, good or bad. Everything just is. But if something is bringing your vibrational frequency down, then obviously that's not going to make you level up. You want to talk to those ideas that are bringing you down and sit with it and talk to it like it's a real person. Be like, what do you want and why are you here? And then figure out like, well, you know what? I don't need you anymore. So you got to go. And then just giving it permission to leave. A lot of those things work. Trust me, folks. So I answered this question. What do I think of the reptilians? The reptilians, if they exist, which I believe they do, they're entities like we are, and they don't have love and compassion like we do. Now think about this. A top apex predator, polar bear, sharks, tigers, lions. Do you think they really care about the things they eat? For the majority of that kind of mental exercise, no. The answer is absolutely no. But its own family members, absolutely. It will protect. It actually loves the family that's closest to it. So if you have reptilian entities that are actually amongst us and you just can't see them, their whole mission, just like you and I, is to survive. You don't have to like them. You know, when you're a fish in water and the sharks come to you, do you think you like the shark? No. But it's there for a purpose. So the reptilians, if I believe anyway, they're here. They have an agenda, and you don't have to like the agenda. You don't have to like them, but they're just doing their job. It doesn't mean you can sit there and, you know, because I have a lot of people like, oh, you shouldn't make excuses, or you're just trying to, you know, make excuses. I'm not doing anything. I just know how this reality works. And when you observe nature, you realize that reptilians are no different than sharks or polar bears or tigers and apex predators. And it seems that they're heartless towards the human race. That's the way their code is. So is it their fault? Is it when we sit there and blame them? You can say that they're doing their job. They're actually there. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing, but they have no compassion for human beings. And so therefore they don't think and feel the same way that we do, a different entity. You don't have to like that. You just got to observe how things show up in the code. That's how I take it. So what do I think of the reptilians? Same way I look as a polar bear. Same way I look at a lion or a shark or any apex predator. It's an apex predator. Do I like them? I wouldn't make friends with them. But I observe the code for what it is. I mean, in Star Wars, were you a Darth Vader fan? Or were you for Team Yoda and Team Luke Skywalker and Team Obi-Wan Kenobi? And which one did you side with? Probably Team Yoda, Team Luke Skywalker, Team Obi-Wan Kenobi. Majority of people. But there are some people that they would side with Darth Vader. Are those people wrong? Some people side with the villain versus the superhero. Who's right and who's wrong? Well, if you realize how this reality works, everybody's right. Everybody's playing out their part, and just do your job. And if you stop giving energy to these entities, like, you know, if everybody just stopped watching politics, what do you think would happen with the politics and government? See you later. Bye-bye. Wouldn't have it anymore. But people tune in. They watch the debates. They get emotionally involved. They feel like they got to run out and vote. And they keep politics alive. It's all energy. So if you want to eliminate something or be part of the elimination, stop giving it energy. That's doing your job. That's how I feel it works. So that's my take on that, my long take on that. We free spirits. I'm really reluctant to pull this card for you. So I would suggest you talk to this reptilian spirit, whatever it is. It maybe just be a figment of your imagination. I'm not belittling that it doesn't exist. So I'm not saying that what you're experiencing is just something of your imagination. But talk to it. Ask it what it wants. Those of you that have ghosts in your lives, or you're under paralyzation when you're sleeping, you can't move. You still have your mind. Talk to these things like they're real. Like, what do you want from me? Some of you don't do that because you just are stuck in the fear mode completely, and you're, like I told you, when I was in Cancun and I went to this sweat lodge, man, and the lights went out and the heat rose, I started to panic. I can authentically tell all of you that. I don't care. Sitting with that, trying to figure out, and I've been talking to that fear, what do you want? Why are you here? Why did you give me that? Haven't gotten what I'm looking for yet though, but I'm sitting with it. You don't get your answer right away sometimes. All right, so let's pull a card for you. We free spirits. Let's see what we can get. This is going to be I don't know what this is going to come out like, but you're going to have to go look this one up because I don't really. Let's just see. So, again, how can I interpret this card for you? You're asking, how do you get a card pulled for fighting off a reptilian spirit? This is the Four of Wands. This is one of the most fortunate cards in the deck. It means happy home. This is the card that's related to earth, foundations. The two little people in the background, they're cheering, and there's their castle behind them. So what does that mean to you? What does that have to do with a reptilian spirit that you're dealing with? Do you have a happy home? Maybe it's indicating that you have a lot of resistance going on in your home right now, and you need to squash that. Do you have a lot of negativity in your home right now? Which lowers the frequency, when you lower the frequency, then you allow lower frequencies to enter those realms and kind of walk in. Maybe that's where the reptilian spirit, if there is that coming into your life, is it because you don't have a happy home around you? And I know sometimes it's really challenging because you can't make people act certain ways. So maybe you have a household that's, has a lot of low frequency. How do you fix that? How do you be part of the fixing of that? Something for you to discover. Maybe you need to go walk out when you have a lot of resistance. Some of you are in households that have a lot of low frequency. Around people that come home, they're drunk all the time, they're on drugs, whatever, the frequency's low and there's abuse that goes on. How do you cope with that? Some of you have to leave those environments. And I know it's not easy sometimes because it takes a lot of courage. All right. Jane is asking for a card. Jane L. Thanks for coming on, Jane. So Jane's asking for a card. Let's give you a card, Jane. And Jane, this is the second time we pulled this one. The Fool. Again, the Fool coming into your life, like being a fool. Taking off all your beliefs, stripping yourself naked. Going back to ground zero, the Fool. Jane, what does that look like to you? Stripping away all the layers. A lot of your beliefs, stripping them away to reach nirvana. The Fool, becoming the Fool. Okay? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody. So Kayo's asking for a card. What's up, Pete Carr? How are you, my friend? Thanks for joining in. Misty, I was born on the 114th day of the year. Awesome. Tied to indium, down in the hole. All right, so Kayo is looking for a card. So let's give you a card, Kayo. So Kayo, you got the Seven of Swords as well, my friend. So again, this is a card. This is one of the toughest cards to interpret, even when you know what you're asking. But it's a card of mental strategies, or it can mean deceptiveness in your life right now. So like taking the swords and running off with them, and like I don't care, what goes on in your life. I know what's going to happen in mine. So you have to decide, and really, this is a time to be really authentic with yourself. This isn't, folks. This is not a time to be riding on the fence. This is a time to draw the line in the sand and be extremely authentic with yourself. Because we as human beings are absolutely inauthentic. We're all inauthentic. Like I said, we're all part of that lying and deceptiveness and just hiding things from people because we don't want people to look at us like we're bad people. You know, if you've ever done Landmark, one of my favorite schools to go through, personal development, that's what their claim to fame is. Life is about looking good. No one wants to look bad. And when we get into arguments, we sacrifice love for trying to prove someone wrong just so we can be right. It's really simple. But when we're authentic with ourselves, folks, we can strip away all of our beliefs and realize that we're inauthentic human beings. And if we can just become okay with that and work towards being authentic, then we have the keys to our kingdom. A big piece of that anyway. Okay. Let's get to Michelle. I need to increase this size. Let's see if I can get a little bigger. Michelle, there we go, a little bit bigger. Want to get a card? Michelle, here we go. So Michelle, is that a meow? All right, so let's get you a card, Michelle. Oh, Michelle. So what's going on in your life? Well, most important thing to focus on right now, the 10 of Cups. And this one, you know, clearly you can see the symbology. It's happy home, the kids dancing around, the people, you know, in front of the rainbow. The 10, of course, is the X. And if you don't have a happy home right now, by the way, if you're getting this, because this is the most important thing to focus on in life right now, it's to make a happy home. Create it. So again, I'm going to ask you, Michelle, like what, if you have a happy home, great. Keep doing that. It's saying you're on track, confirmation. If you don't, maybe you're unhappy at work. Maybe you're unhappy with a friend that's sucking the life out of you. This is saying to create the happy home environment. If you have a family, you have a lot of toxicity in the family, what is it you got to do to create the happy home? Got to get rid of the toxicity. And, you know, it's challenging too because, you know, if you're with adults, it's not your responsibility to tell them what to do. Matter of fact, a big thing that I've learned is, you know, only speak when someone asks you. Like some of you are asking, hey, can I get a card? Well, you're asking me. But if I'm just going to like walk up to you and say, hey, you know what? I noticed that you're this and you're that. And like, who asked you, Logan? So, and that's challenging because most people love to help people and fix and fill in the holes and all that kind of stuff. But all right. So okay, so I got Michelle. Michelle, I hope that helps you out. Roxy, let's get you a card. And then 23 McGraw, let's get you a card. So Roxy, here we go. Roxy, you got the 4 of Pentacles, which is the 4 of Diamonds, card number 30, tied to the Demiurge. Typically, this card is holding on to things tightly. And usually it means finances. Like you have money to spend, but you're afraid to spend it because you're unsure of what's going to come tomorrow or next week or next month. It's holding tightly onto things. Typically, for me anyway, this card is just letting go a little bit, letting go and being more free, relaxing, not being so tightly wound up, and having more trust. And that trust primarily comes from decoding who you are and why you're here. Again, I mean, knowing what your purpose is, what your birthday is, what your birth cards are, life path, personality type, what your natal chart means. The more you know about who you are and why you're here, the more faith you're going to have in your code, the more faith you're going to have in your abilities, and the more you will move through those doors, and the more you will cut out the cancers in your life because you don't have time and you don't have room for it. Some of you are so powerful, yet you're not powerful because you have other people in your life that suck the life out of you, and you allow it. The great part about that, when you're authentic with yourself, is admitting that that's happening. That's a really powerful place to be. is observing that people are sucking the life out of you, observing that you've allowed it to go on, and then realizing and saying, you know what? I'm not going to do that anymore. See you later. Bye-bye. You got to go. Can't be roommates anymore. Can't be friends anymore. What do you mean? It's time to move on. Or you don't even have to say anything. You just don't call that person back anymore. Distance yourself. One of the best things you can do on Facebook is unfollow people. They don't know you are not seeing their posts anymore. You just quietly just back up and just unfollow them. You don't see their posts anymore. It's one of the best features, Facebook, I think. All right, and then let's get, so I hope that helps you out, Roxy. Four Pentacles, and if it does, if I haven't answered, if I haven't given you any keys to your kingdom, just go type in your favorite search engine, 4 of Pentacles, Truly Teach Me Tarot, and go read about that card. And I guarantee you'll find some little nugget that will resonate with you. So let's get to 23 McGraw. 23 McGraw, the Royal Star of the Lion is the number 23. That's why Michael Jordan, LeBron James, they all wear that number. Number was chosen for them. Anyway, 23 McGraw, let's pull a card for you. And so this is the card you pulled through me being the catalyst. It's the 10 of Swords. This one doesn't really need any interpretation. You can see it's somebody lying face down in front of water. So it's dealing with the emotions, dealing with spirituality. But this is a card of being impaled. This is literally finished. This is rock bottom. This is a great card to get because this means something in your life, or you need to get rid of something in your life. I mean, a lot of this we're talking about tonight, and maybe it's just me being the messenger tonight. A lot of you need to hear this or are here to hear this. A lot of you are living through this card like you're at rock bottom right now, or you need to move into rock bottom. And you're definitely afraid to move into rock bottom because you're like, man, I'm already at the bottom, but you haven't hit the bottom. When you hit the bottom, the great part about hitting the bottom is there's only one way to go, and that's up. So when you're a surfer and you're on that wave and you're at the very end and maybe you fall off the board and you eat sand or you smack your head against the coral reef, the next thing to do is to get back on and paddle out and get on that wave. This is finished closure for you, 23 McGraw. Does that resonate with you? And if it did not answer your question, if you don't resonate with that at all, go into your favorite search engine, type in 10 of Swords, Truly Teach Me Tarot, and read everything you can about that card. And I'm sure you'll find some kind of nugget that will give you the answer you're looking for. Okay? So Vanessa Brisbane. Okay, let's get you a card. I'm in a faraway place from people, can use all the help I can get. Okay, so let's see what Vanessa Brisbane, June 16th. So just so you know, you're the Ace Diamonds card, which is card number 27. You're kind of one of those seed planters. You have a lot of great ideas. You would work really good in a think tank. People would be like, hey, what kind of ideas you got for us today, Vanessa? That's the kind of person you are. You have great ideas. You need to hook up with people that are executioners. You may not be that person that actually executes on these great ideas you have, so you would be well served to pair up with people that actually are the shaker and movers in life because you have all the great ideas. But Vanessa, let's see what card you pull here for you. Whoa, okay. So one of the cards of really, we just pulled the 10 of Swords. Here's the 3 of Swords. This is heartbreak. I mean, this is pretty much self-explanatory. Again, I mean, you were saying it looks like you need all the help you can get. So maybe you're in a bad place. Maybe you're going through some heartbreak. Did you just break up with somebody? Are you in that zone right now to break up with somebody? Are you going through it? Did you lose a loved one? Tough, challenging, I know. This is what you got to go through. This is tied to the 3 of Spades, card 42, which is tied to reincarnation, tied to crucifixion. The one thing you don't want to do when you get this card is to repeat it consciously again. So it's a card of learning, right? Obviously, if it's related to losing a loved one, well, I mean, sometimes we lose more than one loved one, so we can't help that aspect of ourselves. But if it's something that you authentically can draw yourself towards and realize, like, okay, it's heartbreak, remember these cards, when these come up, these harsh ones anyway, as we relate them to being harsh, you got to look at the flip side into this. I'm going to encourage you to look at the flip side. If you resonate with this message, that this is like closure. Maybe you need to go through closure with a partner, and it's going to be challenging. But if you're willing to move through that door, what's left on the other side is a heart that has no knives stuck in it. Pull them out. Starting over point. And it takes time to heal. Some of you get this, you may get this card, relationships, and you get out of this, you get out of a relationship, you haven't fully healed, and you jump right back into a relationship weeks or months later, and you haven't even done any healing, and then you just get into the same kind of relationship. If that's you, that's, again, being authentic is saying, you know what, yeah, I do that. Being authentic with yourself, like, yeah, I jump because I don't like to be alone. Well, the very one thing you probably should do is be alone. Face that fear. Like, I was afraid. If you've been here since the beginning or you heard my story, I was in Cancun. I went into the sweat lodge and it was dark and the heat came up and I literally panicked. Fear set in. You know what I'm going to be doing when I go down to Cancun? I'm going to go right back into that scenario again. I'm going to face that fear. I'm going to talk to it. I'm not just going to be like, nah, I don't want to go and do that again. I'm going to face it. So some of you should be doing that, facing your fear. It's great to know that you're conscious of the fear to get rid of it. That's my take on it. Okay. So Vanessa, I hope that helps you out. And if you need more help on this card, go type in 3 of Swords, Truly Teach Me Tarot, and you should be able to find some more keys to your kingdom. Okay. So NDO 8LAZ3R, you're in the middle of a life decision. I don't know whether to start a trucking business or to go back to work for someone. The world today is making me think 1,000 times. Well, without even having to pull a card, because that card could go any which way, I would say this. 51%. 51%. Where's that 51%? Is it on the trucking business, or is it on working for someone else? You don't have to know right now. But I would clearly give you this to think about. If money was no object, if you didn't have to pay your bills, if you didn't have to support your family, what would you choose? Forget about the money, forget about supporting it. Would you go into the trucking business, or would you go work for somebody else? Maybe it's neither. Maybe it's something you always wanted to do, and the trucking business is easy. It sounds like I don't know whether to start a trucking business. Okay, so would you do a trucking business if you never got paid for it? Would you go do that? Like, I can tell all of you right now, folks. I don't get paid to do this. I appreciate the donations I get, the Patreons, I get readings and stuff, but I come on here because I love doing it. I love doing it. It's part of my code. And I do it because I love doing it. I do decoding. I decode all the almost 200 videos I have now. You know why I do them? Because I love doing it. I do it. I don't care if I get money or not. I do it anyway. So I would encourage all of you, move towards that. Move towards what you would do whether you got paid or not. That is where you find your bliss. Okay? That's where you're going to find your bliss. Vanessa, I got a rent from X. Does that mean you're X? And what do you mean you have to? Sometimes we say I have to. Well, actually you don't. But What are your options? Do you have any other options? And then you got to go make some options. Sometimes you got to make some phone calls. And just putting the idea out there to attract somebody to call and say, hey, I have another option for you is exactly what you need to do. But unfortunately, what we do is we focus on the problem and never on the solution. So we're stuck in the problem so much that we remember, folks, everything is energy. So if you're focused on your problem or your challenge and you're constantly giving that energy like, you're keeping it alive. And you're not putting any energy, you're not giving any magic to a solution. So the solution's sitting out there waiting for you to call it, but you're not giving it any energy because you're too busy focusing on your problem. If you're authentic with yourself, then you will go with focusing on a solution, giving some energy to the solution and forget shelving the problem or challenge. Okay, maybe you are stuck in that situation, Vanessa, right now, and there are limited options for you. But so go and window shop as much as you can on some options that could come your way. Window shop. Go make a vision board. Go grab a whole bunch of magazines and cut out where it is you want to move to. Get some glue out. Make a vision board. Go stare at that vision board every day. It may not happen tomorrow. You see, society has programmed us to really act as if life is a scratch ticket. And we want it now. I want it now. I want to scratch my ticket and, I won $5. Here, give me my $5. If you're in a situation that you do not like or don't desire, if it's not bringing your vibration up, then what are you doing to change that? If you're focusing all on that and be like, this sucks, my situation sucks, I don't want to be here, you're just keeping that thing, that whole idea alive, your situation. You're not even helping it. So you would be better served to shelf that and say, okay, it is what it is. I'm going to make the best out of it. And I'm going to do some things that will window shop my life. I'm going to make a vision board. I'm going to daydream. I'm going to meditate. Vision boards are great. For those of you that don't like to meditate, vision boards are great. Get some magazines, cut out some, or if you can get online and get some Clip-It, some vectors or something online, and create yourself a vision board. Vision boards are easy to make. Glue and some magazines with a pair of scissors. And then stare at that vision board every day. Give that more energy. Most of you don't do that. Most of you give energy to the problems and challenges that you have, and that keeps those problems and challenges alive. And it's a really tough, challenging, I get that. I'm not saying it's easy. But if you have a challenge, Vanessa, right now, stop focusing on the challenge, focus on solutions. Give that more energy. And as much free time as you can. If you watch, some of you watch TV and I'm like, okay, well, you're giving all your energy to these television shows and actors and actresses. They're getting all your energy and you're stuck in a situation that you don't like. And you're like, well, I just want Calgon take me away. I'm just going to go in a bathtub and watch my sitcom. And I'm going to, but it's not giving any energy to your solutions. Shelf the television, shelf your problems, make a vision board. Go meditate in the forest. Go online and window shop at where you want to go and move to. Give that energy. Don't just do it for 5 minutes. Do it as much as you can. Do you know why my Decode Your Reality channel now is closing in on 10,000 subscribers? Because I make videos. Content. Subscribers. That's what comes with that. Some of you have problems, and the reason why those problems don't go away, your situations don't go away, is because you're constantly giving those challenges that you don't want energy, and it keeps them alive. That's how energy works. That's how magic works, folks. There is no debating that, by the way. I'm not saying it's easy to focus on your solutions, but you got to start somewhere. Okay? So I hope that helps. Vision boards are amazing, man. I got to do another one. I'm going to do another one when I get to. So I'm recommending it to Santos and people that come down and do the course of the Syncretism School and all that. Part of it's going to be vision boards because they work. They work. They do. They work. They really, really do. Thanks for your donation, 23 McGraw. I hope it helped you out, man. Thank you very much. California is changing trucking laws. I can't buy a brand new truck. Well, make a vision board. Since we're talking about this, some of you don't have a vision board. You've never made a vision board. If you've never made a vision board, man, I would encourage you to do it. Some of you think you know what you want, but you're going on old program habits and beliefs, and you're not going off go on YouTube. Here, for those of you that are stuck, go to YouTube and go type in Alan Watts, "What If Money Was No Object?" Please go watch that. It's 5 minutes. Don't just watch it once. Watch it again and again and again. And then watch it again and again and again and again. Till it cements itself in your brain. Many of you are doing things in your life that you don't like. You just do it because it's out of habit, or you do it because it's easy. You're not doing what you truly came here to be a part of because you live in conformity. You live today just like yesterday because it's easy. Is suicide an option? No, it's not. I would not take that option. Let me put the number up here. Let's get some phone calls. And again, if you've called in before, let's get some new callers in here. I'm only doing WhatsApp. You're going to have to add me on WhatsApp. You have to dial that +1. I'm here in Mexico, and let me see if my ringer's on here. Okay, my ringer's on. So let's get some people to call in. If you have something you want to discuss, it's much easier than, this is my least, most of you may know now, email, I'm not a big fan of it because it takes too long, and I'm getting to the point now where I'm going to have to get an assistant because, I want to answer all the emails, but it's just really challenging to do it. Jay Boss, thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate all your donations. Yeah, folks, listen, if you haven't seen the Alan Watts video, some of you, I'm really good at reading people just by their text. And I can see the frustration in some of you. I can feel it. And I'm not even a feeler, I'm a thinker. See, if you just let go of all of what's going on right now, if you get out of that, because you're so programmed to focus on what's going on in the world. Oh, this country's doing that, and this is doing, and this is going on, and oh man, I'm tired of this, and folks, you're giving all your energy to what you don't like. You are actually keeping alive what you don't even want to be a part of. Just by expressing your frustration about it. Okay? So if you take that energy and you were to transmute it into what you do want in life, your life will change. Like Dr. Wayne Dyer, he said, if you start to look at life differently, how did he say it? I'm going to quote, I'm having a brain frog here. Change the way you look at things, and the things you look at will change. How do you look at things? Some of you look at things very negatively, and I get it, and I want to be very, very, very perfectly clear. I'm being in a layer of neutrality, and I want you to realize I'm not judging you. I'm just making things very open for you to observe life from. And the very one thing that people have gotten away from, folks, is being authentic with themselves. being authentic with ourselves, realizing that we have major flaws and faults and challenges, and we sweep them under the rug, hoping that they'll go away. They don't. They don't go away. They will just sit there and they will grow and stew. And even if they don't grow, they'll be just sitting there when you flip open that rug, be like, oh yeah, about time you pulled the rug out. And they're just sitting there waiting for you. They're not going anywhere. We need to get rid of them. Sweeping things under the rug is the worst thing to do. We want to get rid of them. So let's take some phone calls. Here we go. We have some phone calls coming in. Let's take a phone call. Oops. 479, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, what's up, bro?
What's up?
Real quick, I just wanted to ask you, have you heard of NFT art?
NFT art?
Yeah, it stands for non-fungible token.
I have not. Is that a crypto?
Yeah, it's crypto, and it's like it's a new way to make money off of your art.
Oh, actually, you know what? I now that you said that, yes, I have heard of that. Yes, I'm not too educated on it, but I have heard of it. Yes, now that you said that, to make money off your art. Okay. Is there a website that you can share with everybody that are artists? Because I know we have some artists on here.
Here,
Well, if you just Google it, folks, NFT art, right? Well, you'll get to it.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
There's like a lot of different people on social media talking about NFT, and it's crazy because I'm pretty sure that like even photography would be a part of that.
Okay.
And memes, and I just wanted to see like what you thought about it.
Well, I don't know much about it. But I think that if you're an artist out there and you're good, and you know you're good, you should get paid for it. A lot of artists out there. Are you an artist, my friend, that's calling in?
Yes, sir. I take photography photos.
Okay, cool. Well, there you go.
Video.
All right, well, there you go. Is that what you wanted to share with all of us? This NFT art?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Not a whole lot of people know about it, and all the people that get in on the wave early are gonna be pretty much like set up for life.
Okay, well, there you go, folks. So thanks for the call, my friend. I appreciate the support and sharing this with all of us. And, thanks for your support, my friend.
Yeah, no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man. All right, brother. Well, all the best to you. And I look forward to seeing you again. Thanks for the call. So there you go, folks. If you're an artist, NFT, N as in Nancy, F as in Frank, T as in Tom, art, NFT art. So if you're an artist, go check it out. Maybe this is the break that you've been looking for. A lot of great artists out there. They either don't think they're talented enough or they just don't know where to go. Well, there you go from this suggestion on this call. So, okay, I'm going back to your comments. I'm 31 years old and tired of conforming. Well, you see what I'm saying? And again, I'm just pointing this out. You're tired of conforming. Why are you tired? Ask yourself that. What do you mean you're tired of conforming? You're allowing yourself to be tired of conforming. That's my perspective, by the way. You don't have to agree with that. Thank you for the comment. You want freedom. Okay. Forget money. Okay. Maybe that will happen. But what if it doesn't? I know there are a lot of people that be like, oh, I can't wait for them to completely smash money. There'll be no such thing as money again. Well, what if that doesn't happen in our lifetime? Then what? Then what are you going to do? So, it's important to know what your passion is, know what you would do if money was no object, and then live through that. That makes so much sense. You don't need to know tonight, folks. If you go watch that video, What If Money Was No Object by Alan Watts, if you haven't seen it, I'm going to suggest you watch it. Don't watch it just once. Watch it 10, 20 times. Watch it every day for a month. That's repetition. I've studied a lot of personal development over the years. I'm a student of Bob Proctor. I've got started with The Secret and Rhonda Burns. I read all her books that she used to create the movie The Secret. And personal development, folks, is moving towards, what do you love to do? What if money was no object? Become a master at that. And then you'll become extremely happy. And I'm telling you folks right now, I'm living proof of that. I did not know what I wanted to do for the longest time. I was jumping around, going from this job to that job. And, just, is this it? Is this my calling? Is this it? Is this my calling? And now here I sit before you, and guess what this is? This is my calling. A big part of it is right here. What you're witnessing, decode your reality. Now I'm going to go join forces with somebody who is doing his calling. What's your calling? You have a calling, and you got to find that. You got to find it. How do you find it? Decode yourself. Read about who you are and why you're here. That's a big piece. Know your blueprint. Know your instruction manual. And then you'll find the keys to your kingdom. I promise you that's the way it works. Tried and true. It's a system that works. Let me get back to some more of your questions. If I missed your question, if I missed your comment, I apologize. This chat, like I said, I need a moderator and that's coming because it's just hard it's challenging to get to everybody's comments. So I'm trying to get through all these. So NDO is saying, I would love to do nothing. Well, dude, if you do nothing, you're not contributing. So that's not really a way to live. Here's my suggestion to NDO. I believe this is just purely my suggestion. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just giving you what I'm picking up from you energetically. You have a lot of programmed beliefs. There's a lot of negativity in your life, and you got to get rid of that. And I know from experience, if you stand in authenticity with yourself and you look at yourself and say, okay, how am I being negative in my life? How can I get rid of that? And I'm willing to get rid of it. Talk to it like it's a real person. Go make a vision board. What do you really want to do in life? Life is not about sitting around smoking pot and doing nothing. Life's not just walking a beach. Life is not just sitting there watching sunsets with a pina colada in your hand. That's not creating, co-creating. We're creators, co-creators. We're here to do things, create, make this place bigger and better, faster. Find your purpose. Life is a joke, folks. Laugh at life more. Some of you know what I started doing, folks? You know what I personally started doing? I started watching a lot of stand-up comedian stuff. And now I just laugh a lot. I just think it's funny. Life's funny. It's a joke. So when your life feels like it sucks, or you're challenged, or people around you are like, oh, I got dealt a bad hand, or my family's just sucking me dry, go watch some stand-up comedy. And then slowly try to cut those people out of your life. Blood or not, folks. Some of you need to cut some people out of your lives, and you're not doing that. They're not going to go anywhere. Probably not. It's up to you you're consciously listening to this message, and you're tuned in here, which I appreciate. You could have been anywhere tonight, but you came on to watch this transmission. You're going through the comments. You're probably commenting, but are you going to take action? It's nice to listen, but if you're not taking action, it's not even worth. You're wasting your time listening. You can listen to a lot of stuff, but taking action is where it is at, folks. Well, NDO, you said you're drinking. Well, look, I'm a fan of tequila. I love tequila, but I mean, that's great that you're authentic with that stuff. Is the drinking interfering with your frequency? If you drink and you get depressed or you get anything low frequency, that's an issue. If it's bringing you down, if it's masking something, if it's lowering your frequency, that's an issue. And if you're authentic with that and you're conscious about that, you'd be like, okay, I'm going to limit myself. I'm going to cut back a little bit. Or I'm going to drink and go watch some stand-up comedy. Or I'm going to have a few shots and go hang out with some people that are fun and exciting and want to celebrate life. I would say, NDO, you need to go celebrate life, bro. You don't celebrate enough. And you're like, well, I don't have anything to celebrate. Yeah, you're alive, dude. You're alive. That's enough to celebrate about. See, I don't believe alcohol is a depressant. I know a lot of people, you get this stuff around, alcohol is when you get it brings the spirits out and stuff. I don't buy into that. I mean, I'm not drinking every day, here and there. I do treat myself. I like tequila. I'm here in Mexico. I have fun. Doesn't lower my frequency. I don't feel it does, but I'm not out getting drunk and belligerent and being an idiot either. I'm not abusing it. I mean, I had a glass of wine tonight. I like wine. Makes me feel good. But I don't need it to let loose. NDO. Can you let loose without alcohol? Can you let loose without smoking pot? Can you let loose without snorting something? Can you let loose without ingesting something? Many of you just need to go out and celebrate life, and you're not even doing that. And you're like, well, I don't have anything to celebrate. Yeah, you have to celebrate life. Just celebrate life. It's amazing. But again, I think we just complicate life, and we end up creating a lot of things in our mind that have no relevance to the actual circumstances. I've said this before and I'll say it again, and this is a big cue, and this goes back to Landmark Worldwide. I give a lot of credit to that. If you have the ability to go do Landmark right now, I know because of what's going on in the world, a lot of things are closed, or the gatherings of people, because that's what Landmark is. It's a 3.5 day event of just getting rid of a lot of bullshit in your life. And it's so amazing. I've done it 3 times. And when they open their doors again, I'm going to go back and do it again for the 4th time, because it's just so exhilarating. But their whole thing is, besides looking good, is there is in life, there are things that happen. And then there are things that we create in our minds that bolt on to what happened. And those are called our stories. And a lot of the times, the stories are not even linked to what happened. We just create the stories in our mind because we end up thinking things. We bolt them on to what happened. But if you really observe what really happened, it has nothing to do with the stories that we created. And the stories that we created are just all fabricated pieces of nonsense that have no relevance to really what happened. Like, okay, you got bullied when you were in school, and what were the stories that you created? I'm not good enough, or I'm not worthy enough, or I'm ugly, or I'm fat, or those are all stories that you created. What really happened is you got bullied. That really happened. But the stories are all bolted on to what happened, and they have absolutely no relevance to what really happened. If you can just scrape it all away and just be like, what happened? I got bullied when I was at school. That's it. Part of my code, It was part of my existence, but it has no bearing on my life right now. Some of you got bullied when you were in school, and you've created these stories in your life that are still true to this day right now as an adult. Why? Because you haven't really acknowledged any of that kind of stuff. That's why I love Landmark. You go there and you scrape away all the crap in your life, and you realize, like, man, these are all stories that I created when I was a kid as well. I'm not even an adult. Would you do that as an adult? No. Different stories, but it's what happened. That's all you got to focus on. I got bullied when I was at school. Okay. Fine. That was 30 years ago. But some of you are still carrying 30 years of stories that you bolted on to what happened, and you're living through that, and it's dragging your ass down, and it's not making your frequency go up. And all you got to do is just be like, those stories are silly. I'm not even going to pay attention to them anymore. I'm just, okay, what happened was what happened, and that's it. Some of you think you're not good enough. Those are stories that you made up in your mind. It's not what happened. Just get rid of the stories. It's awesome when you get rid of the stories. It's awesome. All right, so does anybody have any other questions? I don't know how long I've been going for. How long have I been going for here? 3 hours, 16 minutes. Yeah, typical. It's 1 a.m. here. I think I'm going to kind of get towards the end of this. No more phone calls. Yeah, I did the Landmark Forum back in the day. Congratulations. Do it again. I've done it 3 times. I'm going to go back again and do it the 4th time when they open back up again. That's how much I like it. It's just different every time. And of course, every time you go back to Landmark, in between the time you go and the time you go again, you end up bolting on all this crap in your life through experiences. You get into a relationship with somebody, and then, they cheated on you. So the story you created was you must not be good enough for the person because they went with somebody else, or you're not, that person's better looking than you, or they have a better body than you, and that's the reason why your partner cheated on you. And those are the stories that you create in your mind. They're not even true. Just what happened? Your partner cheated on you. Okay, so that's it. That's it. It's happened to me. That's it. I've released all that stuff. They're all stories. What happened is I got cheated on. Great. No problem. That's on you. I don't have any karma to pay off on that, if there is such a thing. All right, let's take this call. 778. Who are we talking to? 778. Who are we talking to?
We're talking to me. You talking to me?
I'm talking to you. 778.
It's Christian.
What's up, Christian?
I've called before.
Yes, I recognize the picture.
The lag is a little bit better now.
Okay, cool.
Wait for it. Hold on. So here's I got so many questions for you.
Okay.
Where should I begin? Something simple. Do you ever think that the music you're playing in the background, just a frequency term, invites only what you already know, that you never get anywhere?
Can you rephrase that? I'm not really following you.
Well, not get anywhere. That was I mean, like, fuck, this was supposed to be a simple question. The background noise. I'm saying, like, you know what I mean? Just because it's already coming across from wherever, right?
Uh-huh.
Through whatever technology.
Okay.
That instead of just you, I was thinking about some, like, bowls with some nice, like, some harmonic bowls. Somebody, you don't need to hire anybody, but I was just thinking of a background set for you. But
yeah, okay.
What I was really
thanks for the
what
recommendation.
I was really calling about. Well, no, it's not any knock on your taste of music.
Oh, I know it's not. It's all good. No, I appreciate your suggestion.
I know. What I'm thinking about is this. The moon.
Uh-huh.
what's your overall if I was like, you're the one person I'm looking up to you, what's the moon about? Your knowledge, and if you're going to hide anything about it, don't bother. We can move on. I got more questions.
Yeah, well, I would. I'm not going to hide anything. I'm going to give you the goods that I know about it. Well, if you haven't watched my decode on Angel Falls, it's one of my last 3 videos I've put out. If you haven't seen that one will explain what the moon is. Have you seen that one? Let me ask you that question.
Well, I've seen everything except for what I think. So
okay.
That's why I'm kind of asking what you do. That's okay. All right.
Let me answer that. Let me answer that question for you. So I was just asking you if you've seen the Angel Falls video, but Angel Falls Decoded. But the moon to me is a satellite, or it's a balancer, or it's part of the Ark of the Covenant. So you have the sun, the moon, which is the Ark. And the sun and the moon in the tarot is card 19 and card 18. The 19th element and the 18th element on the periodic table are potassium and argon. And the symbols for those, or the abbreviations of potassium and argon, are the letters A, R, and K, which spell out the word arc. The sun and the moon, they seem to move in an arc-like fashion over the earth, and I believe we live under a dome. Mm-hmm. And I believe that the sun and the moon are part of the reincarnation process.
Okay, I guess. Okay, keep going. Just go.
Yeah. So the sun is all you have to do is look at nature.
No, I know. No. I'm following you. I want to kind of. I'm gonna feel like I'm shoving one here to find a little bit more from you. You know about ley lines?
I do.
Okay. Do you live close to one?
I do. We all do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. As above, so below?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, is there something you want to share with you want to share and share your knowledge? I mean, I'm a student as well, so if you have something you want to share, by all means, share it with us.
You know what?
Uh-huh.
I do.
Okay.
But what I'm finding out is that this has become a form of socialist rather than social. But anyways, so you and Santos came up again in my process here.
Okay.
And had a few revelations.
Okay.
And revolutions.
Okay. Awesome.
Had a couple arguments with. Let me, because I don't know about Santos with the 432. Does he know about the Chandler? I know I've seen him speak about the harmonies for 440 to 432. I don't know your thoughts on it. I
love all that
Chandler,
stuff.
what I've heard is the wobble. It's the 432 days. It's the smallest revolution of the inside of the magnetism from if you can picture the wobble of the those old science experiments with the metal, you got one side on doing this thing and the other side bouncing around,
Okay.
You understand?
Uh-huh.
That's pretty much us, right?
Uh-huh.
The 19 cycle, and that's where the where I need you guys to call me and answer better questions that I don't know how to ask.
Okay.
Because your card came up in my life.
Oh, okay.
And I didn't know it was your card until I just started watching you literally 15 minutes ago. I was like, oh man, I gotta call and say nothing and make an ass out of myself.
No, you didn't make it. No,
and I take a bow.
No, I don't think anything of the sort. It's much easier to get your points across. I mean, by the phone, and then sitting together and going through all that kind of stuff. I'm totally
yeah, it's just like it's like a business interview. It's like
yeah.
this guy's all right. I guess I can.
I like all the frequencies, the 432, the 528. I mean, I love meditating to the 741. The higher frequencies up
and
in
the 256, which oddly enough is the 1909 cycle, the 255 Mentonic cycle. This year. So yeah. And what do you think about powers that be either revolving around it or us perpetuating it?
Well, I think it's both. I think it's both. But see, I'm in the belief that this entire world is predestined and it's written into the script. So we're decoding things.
Well, at the same time, yeah, sorry to cut you off.
That's okay.
I've heard that from you lots and lots and lots and lots. But at the same time, do you want to do something about it? And if you don't, then you must see what future?
Well, I am doing something about it, which is why I
want to
decode.
know.
Yeah,
because I want to know, like as anybody else, right? Would want to know what collective conscious 28-day incubation we're creating along with each other.
Sure. Yeah.
What are we creating? What do we see? We're being incubated for two years to do what? It's to create something. They can't create it on their own.
Sure.
Correct?
Yeah. Well, we're all creating.
All right.
Yeah, we're all creating at the same time. Every time you think, you're creating. Every time you actually have a thought download into your mind, you're creating. But those thoughts, I believe, are coming from something outside of our physical reality, controlling the whole remote control, controlling the strings. So again, I believe the software and the script were written before each and every one of us got here.
If it's you controlling the strings outside of there?
Well, there's so many different theories that you could roll out. I believe at this point, it's the architect that's controlling its own game. It's literally coming down here and being man and woman and kind of feeling out the game and
that's
expressing.
Why they're trying to destroy that. I mean, what perfect timing for the unlocking of DNA you know what I mean?
Sure. All you have to do is study the biology of the body and you'll understand how this reality works. Yeah.
That's why I called. So this will be the last question and I'll hang up and listen to you.
Okay.
What do you do when I don't want to call it ascended, or you are who you are. You've known it and like, oh man, that's how the movie ended, or it's like, but it took a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people that you learned from along the way are, they're not going to be the same.
Okay. So what's your question?
Is that a failure on ourselves?
There's no failure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you speak, and I would like you to hit me up on my email. It's
well, send me an email because I have so much. I'll ask you to send me an email if you don't mind because I have so much going on. Just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and just let me know who you are. And better yet, I mean, if you send me, listen, all of you, and I'll take your comments off. But thanks for calling, my friend. I appreciate you. Okay. So, for those of you that listen to that conversation, great insights, abstract thinking, great things to look at. Okay. I prefer to speak through Telegram or WhatsApp. So I'm not a big email person. Takes too long. Some of you send long emails. I try to read all of them. It's tough. And then I send back, and usually they're small replies because, I mean, to answer them with these, and email is so challenging to write. I'd rather do Telegram or WhatsApp. I'd rather talk into my phone and send you a message that way. So I hope that helps. If you want to contact me, you can do through my Telegram is right up there on the screen. 808-866-6139. reach out, send me a message, and I'll do my best to get back to you. So I hope that helps. What's up, Kevin Clark in the house? Going through some of your comments. So yeah, my Telegram is right up there on the phone. My Telegram is the same as my WhatsApp, folks. If you send me a message, you can text it to me, but I'm not a fan of texting. If you want to send me a message in text, that's totally fine. The whole point of using Telegram is that way I can just sit there and press the button, hold it down, and talk and send you a message. It's just so much easier. It's more personal, and it gets things done a lot faster. And I don't know how long it's going to last for me doing that, because I'm getting a lot of people that are contacting me. And I know that when I go down to Cancun, I guarantee you when I hook up with Santos, it's going to get crazy. And I'm not going to have the ability to interact like I want to. So let's take a call here. Here we go. 206, go ahead.
Hey, Logan, it's Christine.
What's up, Christine? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great.
Awesome.
I wanted to ask if you would pull a card for the collective.
I'm thinking of that. I don't know. I'm kind of petered out, and I don't know if I'm going to do that tonight, but I'll think about it. I'm getting down to the bare wire here, but I'm thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one other thought I had, or a question I had, have you decoded anything on zombies?
On zombies?
Right. Like the song Zombies by the Cranberries.
Cranberries, yeah, I love that song. I haven't. I
don't know if there's a movie out with the zombies.
There's a lot of those. I mean, one of my favorites is called 28 Days Later.
Because like I had a dream, and in the dream it was telling me that like the zombies are real and they're living amongst us as those that have got the shot.
Mm-hmm.
And it kept repeating that, and it kept repeating that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's well, I'll comment on that. I'll comment on that off the air. Well, I'm sorry, when we hang up. But was that your question, though, is on the zombies? Do you feel like there's zombies living amongst us?
Well, no, but that's what my dream was about.
Okay, yeah. That was your dream. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that. All right. Well, thanks, Christine. Always a pleasure to hear from you.
Yeah. Okay. Have a good evening.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. So, zombies. The word zombie in numerology equals 26. 26, and in the English it's 70, which in the string of pi is 96. So you see how it's so watered down. So many words in the English language. Where do you go? Some are just simple words, that really will never lead to anything. It's just a dead end. But are there zombies living amongst us? And it's just interesting. Let me talk about that. I flew into central Mexico yesterday from Cancun, and I got a phone call coming in. And let me take this call. Christian, is that you again, brother?
It is me.
What's up, man?
I feel the need to tell you.
Okay, cool.
So the whole great reset, the whole crash. It's to change everything into that for the great crash, and I'll leave it with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
Which would be about 2024 or something like that. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Christian.
All right.
Yeah. Thanks for the call. Have a good night, brother.
It was weighing on me.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Well, we'll talk about that. So thank you for your call. So, okay, so we have a few things. So zombies again, so I was flying from Cancun to central Mexico last night to come back here. And I have to take a bus because where I'm at, it's an hour and a half from the airport. So you have to take the shuttle, right? And so I did that. And I was on the shuttle bus, and there was a lady on there who was just raving about getting the vaccine. And I knew where it was going, but anyway, I keep my mouth shut now, but I'm going to touch on that because we're talking about zombies and all stuff. So here's my take, because matter of fact, I've got a lot of questions on this. It's not zombies, but Logan, how do you feel about the vaccine and what? In my opinion, I feel like people that do get the shot will become transponders. People that do get the shot will actually become carriers. They will be like antennas and they will spread it. That's my take on it. And it could be where it's a big setup, and that's why, folks, if you resonate with that message, and again, that's pure theoretical, I'm not saying it's true. Stephen, thank you. Yeah, I know. Okay. You can't, it's like all this suppression now. Yeah. Call it the jab. Pretty soon, there's got to be a code word for it. But anyway, these are just my opinions. This is for entertainment purposes only. I guess I can say that to kind of excuse myself for what I'm saying. But eventually it's all going to come out anyway. Right. But is that going to bring in the zombie apocalypse? And folks, we may end up be creating our own fractals. All of us. We all may be creating our own fractals. And so what you believe in, you'll end up manifesting. What you believe in, you'll end up moving through. What you believe in, you'll end up creating and moving into that, your own fractal. And, if you study the Law of One material from Ra, which to me has a lot of bearing on this reality because it has antiquity, the Law of One material is all about graduation. If you haven't read that, I would highly suggest that you read it, the Law of One material. That material talks about graduation and if your service to self or your service to others. And it will just be like a 51%, 50%, 51% service to others, 50% service to self. There'll just be that line. And it's very possible, and I've said this so many times before, but it's very possible that those that are service to self will end up experiencing what theology calls the apocalypse. It's a very good possibility. And then those who graduate that are service to others will just gradually shift into the new earth, the paradise, as theology calls it, the 5D reality. And they'll never, life just keeps going on. And you'll just gradually shift into that new reality. It's a very good possibility. Or we'll really experience what would be called the rapture, and you'll just be sucked out of this reality and transported to another reality that would be into the golden age. That's possible. The theory that I'm really rolling on right now is based on, astrology and the way Taurus fields work and how this game works. I'm working on something with Santos, and, it's premature, so I don't, he's got to get his input. Him and I, we differ a little bit on our takes, and that's okay. Him and I are totally cool with that. I know that when we end up joining forces, we'll become a tighter and tighter bond, and we'll really get to the nitty gritty. Because really, I think it's all, to me anyway, it's getting rid of all the propaganda and figuring out the way science and dielectricity and magnetism and electricity, those layers of physics, that supersedes all the things that we've been programmed with, in my opinion. Understanding how torus fields work. Understanding how dielectricity works. Polarization, how that works and fits into everything. How the sun and the moon and earth, how nature works. And scraping away all the crap. Because to me, that doesn't really make any difference. It's more of the true esoteric and the sacred symbols and geometry, all that kind of stuff. So we have another call coming in. Here we go. Plus 44. What's 44 area code or dialing code? 774. Where are we calling from?
Hello. I really didn't think I'd get through. I'm quite taken aback, actually. I'm in the UK.
Oh, nice. Okay, how you doing?
Hi. Hello. I'm all right. I share an Aquarius sun and a Scorpio rising like yourself.
Okay.
Yeah,
Scorpio
I'm
rising,
also
Aquarius sun. Okay.
Yeah,
What's your birthday?
29th of January.
Oh, okay.
1969.
29th of January. That's I think that's Tony Robbins' birthday.
Who's he? So sorry.
I think he is. Why am I thinking he's the 29th? Maybe I'm mistaken. Okay. Anyway, you're a jack of clubs, so you're a fire card, man. So you're one of the jacks. Jack of clubs, jack of diamonds. You're the two jacks. Those two.
I'm a jack of clubs, yeah.
You are.
And in fact, kind of discovered all this stuff because I met a soulmate. I could say a twin flame, and then I started. I had a dream about the jack of clubs. Actually, I'm not a dreamer.
Okay.
And I woke up with this jack of clubs like in my frontal temple, and I googled it, and it was my birth card.
Okay.
Insane. And then I found out that Oprah Winfrey has the same card.
Yeah, she's an Aquarius too. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the very strange thing was that this guy I met was my kind of trigger.
Okay.
And he'd went off on his mission, whatever that was. And I then found some more playing cards in like the 3D.
Okay.
And randomly Googled them, and they were his birthday, and which was the maddest thing because you couldn't make this up. He had two cards affiliated with his birthday, and I found them both. And that was he's the 21st of October, and he's a 2 of hearts and the Ace of Wands, because he has a special code.
Okay.
Yeah. And
nice.
then,
so you're finding some codes. I love it.
Yeah, it was really, and I've kept all the cards because, and like I found lots of stuff in reality that hooked up with whatever else is going on, and I've just had a really very intense kind of awakening, which sort of led me to you really, and Santos also. I follow him. I follow the Leo King, Astrolada, who's amazing, and quite intrigued because a lot of you seem to be going to Mexico. I'm like, wow, that's the place to go.
It is. One of them. It's not just the only place. Yeah, it's one of them. Yeah. Well, that's awesome. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you. Listen, it's great that you're decoding and you're seeing your code in its truest form, and keep decode. Have you watched my How to Decode Yourself video? I'm sure you have. That's how you.
No, but I will do.
Oh, you haven't? Okay, yeah.
No, I will do. Yeah, I will watch it. I'll find it and watch it.
Please check it out.
I kind of got quite a lot of just a question. I've got a lot of difficulties currently facing with my son's father and also my son, personality kind of stuff going on. But are you still are you taking like readings and guidance? Did you say you are actually? Yeah,
well, I just got back yesterday, and I'm going to be obviously transversing over, but it's not going to interfere with my schedule per se, because I make it up anyway. But yeah, I'm still doing readings.
and like, okay, because I found you on WhatsApp now, and I can message you through that.
You can message me right on here, absolutely, and then I can send you an email because I do all my reading stuff through email. So if you're interested in a reading, and all of you that are listening to this, my email is decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and just request a reading if you're interested in one, and I'll send you my website, and you can go through the readings that I offer. And if one of them resonates with you, then we can schedule in and figure out what's good for you.
Yeah, thank you very much for taking my call, and all the best to everybody.
You are
out
very
there.
welcome. You're very welcome. Thanks for calling in and all your support. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well
Okay.
done. And,
Awesome.
all the best.
All the best to
Speak
you.
soon.
Yes, for sure. All right, so we got the UK in the house. I love the UK. I lived in the UK for almost 3.5 years. I was in the Air Force, and I got stationed over there. I was so fortunate to get stationed over in the UK. I was in the Peterborough, Cambridge area. If you're from the UK, if you know where that's at, about 60 miles north of London. And I got to go. I was during Desert Storm, so I got to go over to Turkey and Iraq, and it was a great experience. The traveling part, seeing different countries and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, but nonetheless, I think I missed a call. So if I missed your call, who called in? I don't know if I missed somebody. Let's look at some of your comments here. Someone had a question. I'm looking for it. I don't know if this is someone asking me, have I ever dealt with loneliness? Of course, yes, I have. I have personally. Oh, we got another call coming in. All right, here we go. Let's take this call, folks. 650 area code. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, Logan.
Yes.
Yeah, Forrester here.
What's up, Forrester?
Yeah. So I was thinking, how our minds affect reality and how we can metaphysically create things in the physical world and affect things. So
Uh-huh.
how could we as humanity raise the vibrational level of the planet and try to counteract the false evidence appearing real from the media and everything?
That's a great question, and I think it's an easy one. People need to stop giving their energy to the lower frequencies. That's it. That's all we have to do.
Right on. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
Think about it.
Right. Because people do get mad at their TV and they start calling the people on TV liars and this and that.
Yeah,
it's upset.
Yep.
It's hard propaganda.
Yep. Absolutely. Life's a big contradiction.
Yeah, because I've heard about these experiments where, yeah, amen to that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've just been amazed at these consciousness experiments where they can lower crime or make a lake or a body of water less polluted, and I've just been. And also dwelling on the fractal, I was thinking about what you said earlier. Like the study of the fractal is just really amazing. Just
Totally.
The universe and the interverse, and it's all connected.
It's all connected. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for your call, my friend. I appreciate your support. Much love to you. Is that you in the Bay Area? Is that 650? Is that the Bay Area?
Yeah. Bay
Nice.
Area.
Okay, yeah, I used to live up there. So I thought I recognized. Is that San Jose?
It's just in San Jose. Yeah, it's
I thought I recognized that. Awesome.
College area, Peninsula. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Back in the day, it was part of the San Francisco area code, and
Yeah,
the population grew. They came out with that new area code.
right on. Awesome. Well, thanks for calling in, my friend. I appreciate your comments. And those are great pieces. And I'm going to comment a little more on that when we hang up. So thanks for calling, my friend. I appreciate you.
Cool. Awesome.
All right, man. Thank you. So have a good night.
Thank
You're welcome. So yeah, what a great comment. How do we change the world? How do we raise the frequency? Well, folks, it's a contradiction because let's talk about Netflix for a minute. Netflix is a powerhouse. The subscribers on Netflix are through the roof. People are binge watching shows. Who gets who gets the energy? When you watch a show, who gets that energy? If you really think about it, who gets the energy of the shows? Well, naturally, the actors, the actresses, primarily get the majority of it because they're the ones you're staring at on the screen. And when you get emotionally involved, you know, this is a really good piece to talk about because I've been studying the most popular television shows, the longest running television shows ever created. It's in Germany. It's called Our Sandman. I can't even pronounce how you do it in German. It's the longest running show. It's about puppets. And you know how I feel about the puppet and Puppet Master. Think about it. Longest running show has to do with puppets. Could have been any other topic. Longest running television show in the history of television has to do with puppets. Puppet Master. No accident there. The other shows in the top 10, the majority of them are soap operas. Soap operas. People watch soap operas and they get so emotionally involved with soap operas, they actually cry and they get angry and they laugh at things that are not even real. Soap operas they're not even real. They're actors and actresses reading a script and then acting out those parts. And then getting you as a person emotionally involved. What do you think this entire reality is? Like I'm talking to you through a camera, through all this technology. Some of you have got emotionally involved with it. I essentially am just a soap opera. I'm part of a soap opera. So the So Below are shows like Guiding Light and Days of Our Lives and General Hospital and these soap operas that involve actors and actresses reading their scripts, acting out their parts, and they're not even real. That's our micro. The television is the microcosm. We are the macro. Well, if you go just one fractal beyond ours and you go into the other dimensions, we become the micro. And the other dimensions become the macro, the other densities, if you will. Essentially, folks, all of us are playing out a soap opera. Because that's what soap operas are. They're about families and circumstances and they're dramas. Theater. That's why William Shakespeare said, all the world is a stage. That's why life's a freaking joke. It's funny. That's why I laugh at it now. That's why I purposely watch stand-up comedy now and I try to make myself laugh as much as I can. And I laugh at people. I laugh at myself when I do dumb things. And I'm like, why? And I just laugh at it. Because this reality is the micro to the macro outside of our physical reality, and they are watching our television screen, which is what it is. It's a soap opera. This is a freaking soap opera. Everything going on around the COVID, the pandemic, all this stuff that's going on. To them, it's a freaking soap opera. When you have the eyes to see, when you can really see and understand how this reality works, it's a joke. Now, I'm not belittling any of the horrific things that go on. But again, all the world's a stage. So when you watch the movie Halloween and Michael Myers running around killing people with a knife and stabbing them and creating all this like intense energy that's not even real. When you have people that are murderers here in this reality, what do you think the reality beyond us, the dimensions beyond us, what do you think they're thinking? That's a pretty good movie right now. Now, for some of you that you'd be like, no, that's not the way it works. And again, I'm not here to force my projection onto you, my theories, my truths and beliefs. Make the truth your own. But when you've done enough study and research like I have on torus fields and science and magnetism and dielectricity and realize this is a simulation. Everything's macro to micro, micro to macro. As above, so below. We are essentially all part of the big ass soap opera. And the reality beyond, the dimensions beyond us are laughing. They're crying. They're getting emotionally involved with all of our lives because we are their soap opera that they're watching on their television. That's how I feel it works. And again, make the truth your own, but that's how I feel it works. It's unbelievable when you can look at it that way, and when you really study the quantum realm and quantum physics, and when you really study, again, science and all that stuff, you kind of look at it and life just becomes hilarious. It's a big joke. Because as I said, I've said this on so many different transmissions before, and I'll say it again. All of us, all of you, me, we are stone cold killers. You don't have to go out and murder somebody with a gun or a knife or a stick or a baseball bat or... Every time you walk outside, every time you go outside, you're killing something. You're stepping on insects. Now, I know a lot of you know what you'll say? Well, that doesn't count. Those are insects. They're not human beings. What makes us superior to the insects? Those ants that you're killing, that you're stepping on, do you think those ants have any families too? I guarantee it. They have family members too. I don't know how they interact, but they have family members. Organisms that you can't see, you step on, you kill them constantly. You're a stone cold killer. And yet what we do is we constantly are pointing the finger at other things and blaming it when we don't really look around and realize that we're totally being the same thing we're blaming. This entire ecosystem is about predator prey, death and regeneration. That's what it thrives off of. And yet what we do is we just sit here and we constantly are blaming the killers to avoid being a killer. It's kind of interesting. Mr. Clark calling in. What's up, my brother?
Hey, Logan, how are you?
I'm fantastic, Kevin. How are you?
I'm not too bad at all, actually.
Oh, that's
Logan, I
good.
just had a question.
Yeah, man.
I was looking at the three elements in pi. The three that loop around, 1937 and 46.
Yep.
Can't remember which video of your decode it is.
Yep, the loop.
Yeah, I see a lot of good stuff in there. A whole load of good stuff in there.
Right.
I was trying to remember which one of your decodes had that in it.
It was one of my last ones. I'd have to look. I don't remember offhand which one, but it was in one of my last ones that I actually included that.
Yeah, I see.
I'll find it. I'll find it out. I'll send you a message. I don't remember which one it is offhand.
I've
Yeah.
been sitting decoding that for hours and hours. I've been sitting decoding.
That's
for
what I
hours
did.
And hours and hours.
That's what I did. It
But
sucked
I
me
love
in.
Pi.
Yeah.
I find so much good stuff in Pi.
Right?
It's a trip.
It is. It's the only one of its kind, by the way, too. You know that. There's no other numbers that loop like that.
No, exactly. I've seen the 169 looping, which is your 40, your ace of spades. I see that looping. That's got a big loop round. So that's got about maybe 15 or 16 in its loop.
Yep.
This is the smallest loop I've ever seen. It's the 1937-46
Yeah.
with palladium in the 105.
Yeah, I mean, if the 46 is palladium, which is, of course, tied to the tree of life in the theology sense. The 37 is rubidium, which are the two, the electric eye, right? And then the 19 runs that as the battery. So it's just a big fill. It just feeds itself, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a continual loop of the
Continual loop.
The 9-3 is what I see it.
Yep, and we may not ever get out of that.
7-6s. Yeah.
Yeah, we may never get out of that.
Probably not. I don't think we can. I see 3993 to me in pi, position 40969.
Yep.
To me, that says it all. That's your ace of spades and Saturn.
Yeah. Well, that 96 is the demiurge. I mean, it's Lucifer and the name Lucifer and Jesus, when you do the alchemology, Jesus is 38.049, I think, and Lucifer is 58.047. If you add them up, you're going to get 96.096, which is the yin yang twice feeding itself.
Yeah, I just see it as twins. I see it as twins in a womb.
The twins. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the twins.
Just two little babies in a womb. That's all I see.
That's it, man. They're two babies, two twins, two brothers, Thomas and Jesus, really. But yeah.
Having a big dream.
That's it, man.
Having a big dream and manifesting all this for us.
Yep.
That's how I see it.
Yep. I totally concur with you, my friend. Yep.
What I did find interesting when I was decoding all this is 105, the number of counters forming the outside of a 666 triangle.
Yep. Yeah, that
it's
1
just
0.
When you start drilling down into it's all just geometry at the end of the day.
It all is. That gets into the red and blue shift in the torus fields, because blue is 5 and red is 1. So you have 51 or 105 with the 0 in the middle.
Yeah, 51. It's 51 not the 3 elements. Is that not what they sum up to in the English order? I'm sure that's what it was. I've still got hours and hours of this decode to do, but
well, welcome to
the quick question.
Yeah, man.
Potassium, rubidium, palladium, 319 English ordinal.
Yep.
Lucifer, 319 satanic.
That's
I know you don't like the satanic.
Well, it's not that I don't like it. I don't think you need to go beyond the Chaldean, really. If you ask me,
I would probably agree.
You know, I mean, you can obviously to get an extension, but I don't think it's even necessary. Just to keep it simple. I mean, I know you, dude. I can't even keep up with your mind. So, so you go deeper than anybody I know. I can't even keep up with you. You know me. I'm more about the keep it simple. So.
Yeah, my mind's just one big fractal engine, and it just goes down that rabbit hole and doesn't stop.
Yeah, I know. But that's your code.
Yeah.
So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I see it. I've got to see it. It's encoded into me to see it.
Yeah, you probably are the code. Everything's coming out from you. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, tied to the 173 and all that stuff. So. Yeah, definitely. All right, brother. Well, thanks.
Other calls.
Yeah, man. Well, thanks for calling in. Always a pleasure to hear from you, man.
Yeah, always.
All right, man. I'll try to find that, and I'll let you know what video that's in.
Perfect. Cheers, Logan.
All right, brother. Take care, Kev. All right, man. See you. So the great Kevin Clark, the ace of spades. A good friend of mine, man. Fellow decoder. I don't think I know anybody smarter than that guy. He's just like on a completely different level. And a really humble, great guy, too. The great Kevin Clark. So anyway, folks, before I got that call, I was talking about how we're just in this massive soap opera. And that's how I look at it. I feel like we're all in this massive soap opera. And we are entertainment for the energies outside of us. You can call them gods or the Elohim or, whatever. Angels and demons. But make no mistake about it, man. That's why soap operas are containing the majority of the longest running shows in television history. I think, besides the Our Sandman, it's all soap operas for the top 5. I think they share the top 4 spots out of the 5 are soap operas. Why is that? See, when you look at all these layers and you realize, like, oh my God, so it's soap operas, then you start looking at soap operas, and then you look at Days of Our Lives. What does Days of Our Lives use? They use the hourglass, and the hourglass is embedded into the torus fields. And when you go into study Santos Bonacci's work, and you start to study and study into Ken Wheeler's work and magnetism and all that, folks, it just gets ridiculous. It's just funny. It's absolutely funny. And as Kevin said, he was mentioning, Kevin's accent's a little thick, but we were talking about this loop, the loop that I found, this anomaly in pi. I can't remember when I found it, but I found it, and some of, including Kevin, like he said, I can't stop looking at it. Yeah, it sucked me in too. The loop, what I believe to be the loop that we're stuck in, that I'm not sure if we can get out, is 37, 46. 19, 37, 46. And when you reduce those down, it's 1, 1, 1. And 1, 1, 1 is a piece of the magic square of the sun, which is 1, 1, 1 6 times, which equals 6, 6, 6. The great beast. So that loop, 19 is battery. 37 is the Jack Diamonds. 46 is the Tree of Life. And it just, we may not ever get out of that loop, folks. Some of you will not accept that. Some of you will just search and search for the way out. I've just kind of surrendered to it. I just, again, I feel we live in a simulation. That simulation is a big joke. And it's very possible that we are run by a computer. As crazy as that sounds, because you look at it like, nah, come on. How can we be owned and operated by a computer? Numbers, geometry, shapes, symbols. If you get rid of all the propaganda, all the beliefs, think about it. There are over 9,000 religions. What happened to the first one? What was wrong with the first one? Someone got bored with it. Someone got bored with the first one, and then, All right, so let me get back to some of your questions, then I'm going to end this transmission. Christy, thanks for joining in. NDO, can I help you with triple numbers? I cannot, unfortunately. And I apologize. It's challenging because I get a lot of requests of people. Can you help me? I'm seeing 444. I'm seeing 111. I'm seeing 2. You got to keep logs of this, and then have you fully decoded yourself? NDO, if you haven't watched my video on how to decode yourself, I would start there. Know all of the layers of yourself as you possibly can, because that code that's spitting out, that's shooting at you, that you're seeing all the time, those are clues. Those are your artifacts. Those are your pieces that are coming to you to make you realize what your code is and why you're here and all that kind of stuff. And that is something you must discover on your own. It's not something I can give you an answer to. We have another call coming in. 559, go ahead. $559. Do we have a 559? Now let me call the 559 back. There we go. See if we can get the 559 on the line. $559, go ahead.
Oh, hi.
Hi.
Logan.
Who are we speaking to?
So this is Brianna. I called.
Hey, Brianna.
On your last transmission.
Awesome. Nice to have you again. What's going on?
Okay, so this is like a trippy thing, but I really wanted to know what it means in your opinion. When I last called between that time and then on this transmission I'm watching, I started seeing a lot of crows.
Nice.
And yeah, it's very majestic and it's not intimidating anymore because I've been seeing them for years, but I started seeing them every time I leave my house, and I'll even hear them at my house.
Okay.
I see them everywhere.
Okay.
And I start noticing something happening, like smaller, like sparrow-sized birds are trying to attack it mid-flight. So that's the trippy part.
Wait a minute. So the sparrows are trying to attack the crow?
Yeah, and it looks like it's gliding gracefully, but there's these little birds that are like attacking it.
Huh. Wow. Well, I mean,
in your opinion, what that could also mean.
That's tough. Well, let me see if I don't know. That's a tough one. This is the crow card. It's card 24. Card 24, of course, is tied to our X chromosomes. And if you've ever seen the movie, here would be my suggestion. Have you ever seen the movie The Crow?
Okay. Yeah, one of my favorites, actually.
Okay, maybe you want to watch that again.
Okay, maybe I missed something there.
Maybe you missed something. But that crow, right, there's a reason why Brandon Lee, Bruce Lee's son, played that crow. His birth card, and, because his birth card is the Jack Spades, and the Jack Spades is the 50th card in the deck tied to the weight of chromium, 50.942. So it's all linked together. You may want to watch that movie again because there's a lot of symbolism in there.
Okay, I'm gonna go off of that then. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for calling, Brian. All
Have a
right.
good one. Bye.
You too. All right. So sometimes, folks, movies can deliver to us the answers that we're looking for. All right. I have not seen the movie 222. If there is reincarnation, I don't want it. Well, we may not have a choice, my friend. That's why I'm saying, folks, listen, all the ancient text teach reincarnation. Talked about this with Santos. You know what he said? He says, during this school, we're going to be teaching people reincarnation because all the ancient texts teach it. To me, it makes logical sense. You just get looped back into the game. To me, reincarnation is that loop, and that is absolutely no control of what we have. And, there's a show on Netflix called Dark. If you haven't seen that, I'd highly suggest checking it out. It's called Dark, D-A-R-K. And that is all about reincarnation, coming into this reality and just changing avatars, changing characters, leveling up. I think if there is such a thing, because no one knows, just be a good person. Be the best person you can possibly be during this time that you're inside your avatar. Be grateful. Even if your life sucks and you're in challenging, circumstances, there has to be something in your life that you can be grateful for. What is that? And that would be the thing I would encourage you to walk towards. Living in a state of gratitude. I even have the t-shirt. Being a gratitude junkie. That's what I would encourage each and every one of you to be, is a gratitude junkie. Okay? Being a gratitude junkie. That's what I would encourage each and every one of you to do. All right, so you know what? I wasn't going to do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Let's do it. Let's do a card pull, and then I'm going to end the transmission. I've been on over 4 hours. Typical time frame for me. But Christine, if you're still there, I know you're going to be happy about this, but let's do a collective tarot card pull. And if you're new to this, what is this? Well, the collective tarot card pull is when we all join in together with our minds and the world for that matter, and we focus all of our attention onto one question. And of course, it's going to be through your eyes. And we ask the tarot collectively to give us some insight or an answer to that question. And I've been doing these pretty much every time now. So I wasn't going to, I told Christine I wasn't, but let's do it. And we have to come up with a question. And I think I'm going to choose it because we did this last time and there was a lot of great questions, but then it was just going on and on and on and on about which question we're going to pick. So I'm shuffling the cards. So we're going to ask a question, and I'm going to ask all of you that are online right now to join me in this card pull, and let's see what the tarot has to say. So last time we did this, the question was, what will life look like for people that do not participate in getting the you-know-what? The jab, the punch in the face. What will life be like for people that don't participate in that? And the answer was amazing. The card was amazing. We did one before that. What was life going to look like in the next 6 months for all of us? So, what question do we do this time? And then I'm going to end the transmission. I'm going to end it with this. So I'm going to ask all of you. I'm not going to ask for your questions, but what topic would you want to talk about on the question collectively that we're all going to come together and pull a card on? What topic you want to talk about? What question do you want to ask the tarot collectively and all come together? Well, Bitcoin crash. Okay, well. Crypto. Okay. Crypto. All right, let's do it on crypto. That way we can just, because I have to eat. I'm getting tired, and I've been on for a while. So let's do the question on crypto, and the question's going to be, and again, this is a collective reading with everybody here. So we're going to all pull it together in your mind, and you're going to be looking at it through your eyes, this question. That's what I'm going to ask of you to do. So I guess the question that we can kind of focus on is, how do you see personally, how do you see the cryptocurrency world moving forward? How do you see the cryptocurrency world moving forward? You personally, everything you know about it. We're going to focus on cryptocurrency. How do you see that moving forward? Is it just a big farce? Will it just be a part of the apocalypse, and those that, are going to experience that, if there is such a thing, will they just end up moving towards that? Will crypto just die? Does it mean death? Moving into the crypt. So that's the question tonight. How do you feel about crypto? What is your take on cryptocurrency? We're going to pull one card to have it all. All right. I know some of you are not crazy about that. Super Champion Rocker, you're not. There are no, and please, let's not call them elites. They're not elites. They're just people. They're just people. So how do you see crypto? How do you see the fiat? Everything contained, not just crypto, but how do you see the monetary system, the money moving in? It's just a tool, folks. If you can get rid of it being evil and just realize it's a tool, you need it to survive, to pay your bills, to earn your way through living, to buy goods. How do you sell your paintings? How do you sell your music? You just give it away? Does it have any value to you? So how do you see the monetary system, crypto, whatever? What's your take on it? I mean, let's see what we can get. Let's see what we can get about cryptocurrency. So the way this works, folks, we're going to take 1 minute of silence. I'm going to crank the music up. Just like that. And I just want you to maybe close your eyes and focus on the monetary system. However you see that. And then we're going to pull a card from the center of the deck, and let's see if we can get a good interpretation. This is a collective consciousness reading on the monetary system / crypto. Cryptocurrency, the future of the world. Where's it going? How do you feel about it? What do you see moving forward into the future days ahead of us? So let's just take a minute. Listen to the music, close your eyes, and just focus on the music and the question. How do you see crypto? How do you see the monetary system moving forward into the future days starting now. All right, folks. I don't know if that was a minute, but it felt good. I didn't want to stop actually meditating. I was just really into the music. So I'm going to give this 3 more shuffles, and then we're going to pull a card from the very middle. And let's see what we can come up with. There's 1 shuffle. There's 2. And here's the last one. So the deck has officially been shuffled. Okay, folks, you ready? So again, the question, general question. How do you see the monetary system moving forward? Money, cryptocurrency, fiat currency, gold, silver, all that stuff, all your thoughts was a melting pot collectively. All of you online right now coming together. Thank you for participating in this. We're going to pull a card from the very middle on that, and let's see if we can get a good interpretation. Here we go. Wow. Unbelievable. Folks, so this is the card that we all pulled together. Some of you are probably cheering, right? Because if you know the tarot, it's the Almighty Tower card, card 16, linked to sulfur, linked to duality. Now there are several interpretations that I can base this off of on the general question that we all were thinking at the same time. Again, this is a collective reading of all of us online, and maybe even being like Cerebro and connecting to all the minds in the world. It's the Tower card. Now, what does this mean when we interpret this? Well, obviously, many of us may be thinking that the monetary system that we know now is going to completely be blown up. The Tower card is sudden destruction. The Tower card is absolute demolition. The Tower card is a card of smashing old ways to make way for new things. The Tower card, really, when you look at it from another esoteric point of view, is there you have a big phallus there, or a big penis, and it's ejaculating, giving birth to something, replacing something else. So in essence, I find this absolutely fascinating. I mean, I was kind of like, wow, this is unbelievable. The Tower card definitely could mean that the fiat currency that we know today, the way we buy and sell goods, it will be completely smashed, and crypto will, in fact, replace that as the new standard in the currency factor. This also could mean that crypto will be completely dismantled and it will not see the light of day. It may last for a little bit. I mean, look at China already came out with theirs, so obviously it's moving right now through the timelines. But does this mean collectively all of us? And again, is this just collectively coming together with the minds of almost 100 people online at the same time and coming together? And what was it in your mind that you were thinking? Is this meaning that the currency that we're using today, the dollar, the yen, the renminbi, the peso, all these fiat currencies, does this indicate together that they will be going bye-bye and crypto will be coming in? Or does this mean that crypto will actually be dismantled and will not make it past a certain point and something else will replace that? I guess it will be all up to you, and it will always come down to what you believe. If you ask me, I believe most certainly, since we pulled this card, this is telling us that crypto will be the new standard in the monetary system. How long that will last, I don't know. I don't have the crystal ball for that, but make no mistake about it, the fiat currencies are dead. They are dying. Those are the old making way for the new. Just like, a lot of people were back in the day when the compact discs were coming into play, people were really fighting that. The record companies had a hard time dealing with that transition. The MP3s, because they realized music was dead, and the way they earned their monies, the bands and all that stuff, it was going to be completely changed because of the MP3s and the pirating and the digital conversion of music from analog to digital, in that sense of moving from a compact disc into an MP3. And are we seeing that right now? I believe so. I believe that's what that card, I was wowed by this. I'm wowed by it, but some of you may have a different interpretation of that. So again, make the truth your own. But I feel every week we do these readings now, they're so spot on. And to me, this spelled loud and clear. Crypto is coming. It's here, and it will completely change our currency and the way we buy and sell our goods. So, nonetheless, folks, that's what I got. That's what I got. Justinian internet kill switch. Maybe. I just don't see it. I just don't see the internet going anywhere. The age of Aquarius is going inward. The internet is going inward. Internet going inward. Crypto's going inward. The age of Aquarius, I know thyself, going inward. The cosmos, in my opinion, is taking its breath inward. Age of Pisces, expansion, breath out. Age of Aquarius, breath in. Cosmos breathes. The Taurus fields pulse. They breathe. And that's what I feel is going to happen. That's what I feel is going to happen. So anyway, folks, I hope you enjoyed this transmission. Again, you could have been anywhere tonight. I appreciate all of you coming on here. All of you that are watching this recorded. If you didn't make it live, you're watching this recorded. I hope you got something out of this. Make the truth your own. Become the best version of yourself. Decode yourself. If you got kids, decode them. You can decode your furry little one. If you have a doggy or a cat, if you know their birth, you should look up what their birth card is. Know a little bit more about your furries. I love furries. I'm a furry. I like animals more than I do humans. Just the way I roll. But anyway, folks, I hope you got something out of this transmission. I appreciate each and every one of you for your Patreons, for your support, for your donations on the Super Chat. And if you are looking for a reading, please send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and I'll just send me in the topic reading, and I'll send you some information back on the 3 readings that I offer. I'm back in action. And again, the news, the announcements, I will be joining forces with the great Santos Bonacci and the Syncretism School that they're starting up over there in the Yucatan. If you feel the calling to come to Mexico, there is no COVID testing to fly into Mexico. There is a loophole to walk across in the U.S. back into the United States through Tijuana right now without any COVID testing if you're against the COVID testing, like I am. So there are loopholes right now. If you feel the calling to come to Mexico, come on out. Come out on vacation. I should be there. My goal is to be there within 2 to 4 weeks, and I'll be officially there and walking through the doors, man, giving myself permission to make this world a better place. So again, folks, be careful who you give your energy to. We live a life of energetic gold. Cut out the cancers in your life. Sometimes there are people that are close to you. Tomorrow's not guaranteed. Live out your best life. Decode who you are. And that's all I got for today. My name is Logan. This is Decode Your Reality, and I thank each and every one of you for watching. Until next time, folks, we will see you later.